instinctive advantages are. Everyone is perfect as they are, right? Do you guys believe that? Yes. I mean, do you believe it? Because I don't hear you. Yes. Everybody on Facebook, you should be hitting that button. Yes, I'm perfect as I am. You're perfect as you are, right? But when we identify an instinctive advantage, we know what is it that we do, what are the actions that need to happen, what is the information that we need to gather for us to be able to take action. My good friend, Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant says action, action despite distraction. And so in order to be able to take action, right, there's some things that happen. There's some things for us. Like we might get excited. We might be motivated in a room, right? And then we leave and we get a little stuck. It's like, okay, but how am I going to do that? And there wasn't enough information. Maybe you needed more information. Or maybe you're just going to be able to run with it. So this exercise that we're going to do is called Glop-Shop. Has anybody ever heard of it? No? Okay, so this is what Glop-Shop is. Glop-Shop is a bunch of stuff. This is a bunch of like junk in a bag. We're going to have our lovely team to come back out, and they're going to do an exercise. I'm going to give them some instructions of what to do with all this stuff here. What this is going to identify is how they instinctively take action when put in a situation or put on the spot. Okay? So, I hear myself. So Mr. Ruben West is like myself. We're quick starts. We initiate in quick start, meaning we don't need a lot of information to be able to jump and make something happen. You give us something, you give us an inch, we're those people that's going to take a mile off of that inch. That's Ruben. So what Ruben is going to do is, Ruben's going to come and he's going to get right into it. Like, this stuff is fun for Ruben. All this weird stuff, all this different, this type of stuff, this is fun for Ruben. This chaos, he can operate. What Robin is going to do, Robin is going to come in because Robin initiates as a fact finder. Robin is going to ask more questions. She may pick up this notepad and the pencil and want to start to strategize as that being her way of solving the problem that I'm going to place in front of them. Now Jennifer is what we call a follow-through. She's great at systems. She's great at putting different things together, right? This is what we've identified with her survey. So Jennifer may start to organize, right? May start to put different things together, set things up. She may start to color code or put the little marbles that are rolling around in the cups. She needs to do those things to accomplish it. What I want you guys to observe is how they're going to solve the problem. Not the problem itself, how they initiate to jump into it. Now, as a quick start, I know that I'm going to want to get right in here and just start making stuff happen. That's what happens with our dreams, right? Sometimes it's some people, then you're like, how did they just hop on it? How did they just deal with risk and uncertainty? Well, my instincts allow me to be able to maximize in that area. I love risk and uncertainty. I love it. Most people are like, you're crazy. I may mitigate that risk now that I have a child, now that I have other responsibilities, but my instinctive nature is to gamble it all. Where Jennifer's instinctive nature may be to be more reserved, to find a system in the madness. Okay? So I gave you guys a couple things that they're going to do. When Jennifer starts to organize and Robin starts to organize and put things together, Ruben's going to just start grabbing stuff and trying to do stuff. Because he's innovating. He's trying to create something new. He's trying to create something new. That's what innovators do. That's where we thrive. Okay? They're going to be trying to put the stuff together and let's huddle and talk this out. Ruben's going to be ready to get it because it's something on the line. All right, you ready? Let's bring them back. Everybody, make sure, get your notepad and pen. Come on, come on. We moving, we moving. You guys are going to come on this side of the table, please. Wonderful. We're doing a live Glop-Shop. Okay. Whoa, whoa. Let's not look at it. Yeah, this is Cairo stuff. This is right out Cairo's room. So what you're going to do is we're going to time you. You're going to get 3 minutes, and you're going to put together a child's educational toy from this stuff. You're going to create a child's educational toy, okay? You have 3 minutes to put that together as a team, and then when you're done putting it together, you're going to present to us. You're going to sell us this toy, because we're a CEO of a company, and we want to buy the toy that you guys have, so we need you to sell it to us, okay? You ready?
And we can do it as a group.
You're gonna do it as a group, right? Okay. Come up with the toy, and then you're gonna have 1 minute to present it back to us.
Okay.
Okay? So hold on. Get the timers ready. Hold on. Don't start looking at stuff. Jennifer, you already trying to organize stuff? Is that what you're doing? Hold on. All right. Go.
Go.
Child's toy. If game is where y'all want to live, y'all can live at a game.
Okay, so do we have to talk through it?
No, we probably should talk to it. You do the talking.
I'll do the order.
I'm not trying to figure it out. That's all. This is it. I figured it out.
Any day, Junior.
I got 3 minutes. I'm well within my 3 minutes. Close friends. Black Hawk Down. Black Hawk Down.
Good movie.
It was great.
1 minute.
1 minute left.
1 minute left.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
And that's time. Great. So now you guys are going to present the toy and sell it to us.
He's got to get done first. Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm good?
Yeah,
Let's go.
your toy.
So here's what we know about.
You need a mic.
Calm down, calm down. Where's the mic?
Where's the mic?
So here's what we know is that, some of the children are only child. They're an only child. And so what happens when you're an only child is you have to be creative. You have to be inventive. You have to have the ability to think outside the box. What's great is if you have brothers and sisters, they can tell you things and they can share with you their ideas. But if you're an only child, it's just you. And so this is our only child pastime toy. And that's what it's called, the only child pastime. And what it's for is for in their pastime as an only child, it allows them to be creative, it allows them to be inventive, and it allows them to be intuitive. Now let me show you how this works. There's a switch on the end. And here's the funny thing about the switch. You know what it does? Nothing. It does nothing. But the good news is with a child, they will be able to create this switch doing something. Albert Einstein said imagination is a preview of what's to come. So when they flip this switch, you know what that is? It's their imagination. What's happening? Whatever they're creating in their minds. Now, here's the good news about it, is this pulley system allows them to rotate the switch. You know what the benefit of this is? I don't know. But the good news is your child will be able to create the benefit. Don't you get tired of products and services where they tell you everything that's supposed to happen? This is for the benefit of your child. They get to decide exactly what this does. Now these
All
clips.
right, Ruben, that's time.
Okay. Y'all ready to buy?
So here's what happened. Well, first, if we could pass it. Robin, how did you feel in the exercise?
Confused. Confused. I don't think I'm a very like impulsive type person to just immediately go into action. I have to have some kind of a plan as to where I want to go.
Oh, so you couldn't really get into it. You couldn't act on achieving this goal to get this $1 million because you still needed that plan first, right?
Yeah, I needed to
So
have
if I
some
had
direction.
given you more information and allowed you to build a plan, what would have happened?
Then I think I would have been able to execute something differently.
Awesome. Jennifer, how did you feel during this exercise?
So for me, I couldn't even think about what I might try and
Why not?
build until I had everything organized.
Really? I never would have guessed that. It was too much to, right?
It was too much. I couldn't even
I thought-
see what was really there without like putting it in its piles.
Okay, Ruben, what do you think about this? $1 million on the line. You was ready.
So what I feel like is there's a lot of possibilities here. I mean, there's just so many options for all these different games. The only thing I had was the restriction of time, because I'm sure I probably could have come up with 5, 10, 15 ideas out of this. It's just a matter of having it all, having the time to put it together. But I could still see some stuff. And so if somebody want to go into business together, we can create some stuff. out of
Toys
it.
right now,
Right
$1
now,
million.
some toys right now.
Here's
Yeah.
what happened. So Ruben is a quick start, like myself. We love being put on the spot. Oh, put us on the spot, give us a mic, game on. You put Jen on the spot and you put Robin on the spot, they're gonna freeze up. It's just what happens because they needed more information so that they can deliver. Can they still deliver a message? Yes. Can they still go after their dream? Yes. Can they still be as successful?
Yeah.
Right? But they needed a different approach to the way I gave them information. Okay? We need Jen. Okay? This right here, this is an initiating follow through. She makes sure that we can get stuff finished.
Yeah.
By identifying the people on your team that will do the follow through things, we can come up. Ruben's still like, I got all these other things. This and that.
Yeah.
Jen's cleaning it up while he's going. Do you see the value in how that was able to collaborate and work? And what happened is, again, Ruben emerged as that dominant because he's a quick start to be able to get it done. His mindset was to be able to get it done. So we've identified your instinctive advantages. How powerful is that for understanding that, to know how your team works, to know how your family works.
Wow.
My fiance is a mediator. That's his mode. He can jump from one to the other modes. He accommodates my crazy. I'm like, oh, let's go to the moon today. He's like, all right, well, we're going to go to the moon, but hold on. Let's go ahead and put some things in place to make sure we can we're going to go at 5 instead of right now. And let's go get this coin together first. Okay. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
A quick start.
Great job, guys.
So the reason we put that there and the reason that is so crucial is for one reason and one reason only. And that reason is everybody in the audience was smiling and laughing. They're like, she said that. She said they were going to do that. Well, when we understand what our instinctive advantage is, it's much easier for us to reach that success because that answers the question of how we're going to do it. If you're going to, speak and you want to be the best speaker, having a coach like Ruben to push you and innovate for you is a great area to live in, right? That's a great area to be able to move forward. Why? Because he's going to give you those different tools to be able to move in that area. Now, if you're a quick start and he's a quick start and you're looking at, okay, we're both innovating, you need a Jen to come in and help you guys to follow it through. So a Harvard professor, Bruce Judson, wrote this book, Go It Alone. And in the book, Go It Alone, he said this: do what you do best and let the others do the rest. What happened when they tried to make Ruben to do a plan? What did he say? He's like, y'all can talk about that. And Roland started laughing right away because y'all can talk about that because that causes him cognitive stress. The cognitive part of the mind is the doing part of the mind. We have the cognitive, right? It says what I know what I know. The affective, I like you, I don't like you. Then you have the cognitive. What is it that someone's going to do? If you can measure what you're going to do or how you initiate action, you can take more action. Get a coach. This is my second takeaway. You want to definitely write this down. You need to get a coach that's going to push you to where you want to go. I have a coach right now that's helping me train. Her name is Lolita, by Lolita, and it's out in West Miramar. They're awesome, and she's helping me get tight and ready together, and I'd be dying at the workouts, and I'll struggle through those workouts, but I appreciate her because I feel better because I have a coach to tell me, okay, get up, keep moving, stop taking breaks, your heart rate is resting. I have someone now to push me past my limits, and that reminds me of my time in the Marine Corps. As I said, we're here in Laurel. This is where I started. This was my stomping grounds, where I used to do Boots and Utes PT. And before that, when I was in recruit training, I'll never forget it. I'm not going to say her name, drill instructor Sergeant Peterkin. She told me one day they were looking for a squad leader. She told me, she said, Recruit Haynes, and I'm standing there at attention. She said, you don't rate. And excuse me back to where I was going. How many of you know, raise your hand, that when people say something like you don't rate, it can demoralize you. It can take away from you. It can shoot down everything that you think that you are or could be. Instead, you could take that same energy like I did and become the recruit they followed and videotaped, who was the face right now. Any recruiting station, you look up that video, I am the face of that video. Ended up winning the Navy Achievement Medal and also earning the Joint Service Commendation Medal. But if I had listened to that drill instructor that told me I couldn't be doing half, I wouldn't be doing half where I am today. So all of you have the power to access your instincts, to get a coach. Grant Cardone said this. He said, your access to greatness is only determined by the investments you make in yourself. So the investment you're making in yourself by tuning in, this is free. This is an awesome opportunity to log in on Facebook and get some knowledge. Listen to these amazing speakers change the game. Listening to stories like Jeff's story that changed the whole game, because if he can do it with a smile on his face and his grace, why can't you? Woo! So finally, I want you guys to write this down, okay? Typically, I do a full day seminar on this stuff, but I needed to give you guys some good stuff. I need you to avoid energy draining activities, okay? Energy draining activities and energy draining people. Now we know, right? We've identified what is our instinctive advantage as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as leaders, right? So we can't have people trying to make us do things that's against our grain. That's going to stress me out. You need people that are going to accommodate and join you. That's why Reuben, Robin, and Jennifer were selected, because they're going to accommodate they're going to do what they need to do, but they're going to help you to grow. That's the kind of team that you need. That's the kind of success you need. Not something that's banging your head against the wall. As JR said earlier, you're still going to a job. You've basically sold yourself to that. You're complaining about something that you continue to show up to. And Reuben actually told me this one time. He was telling me a story about a nurse. And she would just say, 6 more years until I retire. And he said, would you volunteer to go to jail? And she said, no. So why would you volunteer to continue to do it 6 more years? Why would you volunteer to do that? I want you to think about that in your life. What is it right now that is energy draining for you? That's keeping you from reaching your maximum potential, from going to that next level. On my way here, I listened to Choosing Your Future. It's one of my favorite series. You guys are all on the Les Brown page. If you haven't heard Choosing Your Future, you need to get on it. And in Choosing Your Future, the third disc talks about it's you. It is you right now in this moment that can accomplish everything that you want to accomplish. It's not that you can't afford it. It's not that it's not the right time. It's not that you don't have the right resources. It is you. When you get out of your own way, when you decide, I'm going to step up today and do something more than I've ever done, and I'm going to change the game by first identifying my instinctive advantage because I'm perfect as I am. 2, getting a coach to help me go through and handle this game, just like Jordan had his coach. And 3, avoid energy draining people and activities. When I make those things happen for me, I'm going to go after that big goal with such power, passion, and conviction that nobody and nothing is going to stand in my way. As I said, I started as a United States Marine. I had no choice. It was win or win. It was accomplish the mission or accomplish the mission. So I don't know any other way. But I implore you today to pick up that mindset and put down the excuses, put down the denial, put down the hurt, put down the drama, put down the petty. Yes, I've been petty. Put down the petty and move forward to something that's going to shift your life into a different direction. And I'm going to leave you guys with this. These are my whys. These 3 are my whys. Y'all make me cry with this. Oh, look at your face watering now. These are my whys. My whys are so strong, I had to figure out how. And then I found my how. I know that I am an innovator. I can change the game. I don't do things that are outside of innovating because that's not fun for me. But I can change people's businesses and their lives. I've grown businesses 10 times past where they were because I've decided to just be me. What Kathy Colby said, I have decided that success is when you're free to be yourself, and I've decided to be myself. Start being yourself today. Take those 3 takeaways. Activate that for yourself. And I'm going to leave you guys. I love the demonstrations. I love them. I saw this on Facebook. Is this full or empty?
Full.
Full? Some say full, some say, okay.
Full of air.
Full of air. Okay, that's how you look at it. Is this jar full or empty?
Empty. Of air.
It's fuller. Okay. So this is fuller than this one. But is this one, would you consider that to be full? Like we can't put anything else in there?
Full,
You
yeah.
can still put stuff in there.
You can still put I love that.
It depends on what you're asking, though. Because, see, if you're
See,
asking about
you're a fact
air,
finder.
if
I'm
you're
not asking, I'm
about
asking,
air,
is it full, period?
what?
So look,
Fuller. There you go.
we can put more stuff in it, right?
Yep.
Guess what? Those shells, I brought y'all some beach. Y'all know I'm from Miami. I brought y'all a little bit of Miami with me. Those shells represent the things that you're instinctively good at. Those are the big things. Those are the giant rocks in your life, right? Then there's pebbles. Those pebbles represent your job, your car, your house, all that kind of good stuff. That's the pebbles, right? The sand is all the drama and stuff that still fills in there on the side. It's fine because it's just on the side, right? Then finally, that air you were talking about, that fills in between, that's the driving force for you. For as Muhammad Ali said, like when you get knocked down, for you to be able to hop back up, no matter how many times you get knocked down. That air still exists, no matter what, no matter how full you think you are, Jeff, no matter how full you think a situation is, no matter how much you think you can't handle one more moment, guess what? You can still handle it. Woo! So what would happen, you guys, if we filled up the sand and the jar, your life, with all the drama first? What if I took every jar and filled every moment? And filled up every moment first with all of the reasons I can't do it. First with every financial bankruptcy, every issue, everything that I've had to do with. What would happen if we filled the jars up first with every reason why not?
Well, you're gonna get all the air, or you're gonna take up all the air, and then you're just gonna die.
You'll never be free to be you. This is cognitive stress. This is all the stuff that's stressing you out you got to let go of. That's what this represents. When you try to put your dreams, your family, your whys on top of all of that extra stress without letting that go because you want to hold on to it, you're never able to put anything new in. So I ask you today, what is it that you're holding on to? And what is it that you guys have to start letting go? Thank you.
Oh, give her a hand.
Oh, you want to hang out?
There you have it. I told you when the first day I met her, I thought, oh, she's bad. She's bad. She's tough. And what I love is that Candace is always seeking information. She wants to grow personally. She's never satisfied. If I'm having a conversation with Candace, it's about the next level. It's like the next book, the next thing we're studying. She's working on her PhD right now. I don't know if she told y'all that, but she's working on her PhD right now. What is it in?
IO psychology.
You see what I'm saying? And so that's why I love bringing Candace to the stage, because when she speaks with a level of authority, number one, from the way she speaks, but number two, from the information that she's taken the time to gather. And so, Candace, thank you so much. Thank you for giving me insight on who I am, right? I'm a quick start. I ain't ashamed to say it.
We're proud.
Right? It's my
We're quick and we're
instinct.
proud.
And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have you go back there, but let me ask you, if they wanted to get in touch with you, how can they get in touch with you?
They can go to Facebook, Candace Marie Haynes. You can friend me on Facebook. You can like me on Facebook. And then also on Instagram, Candace Haynes, or you can visit my website at movismediagroup.com.
Okay, so do you have any of a preferred way? Because I don't give them one way that they can go right now to get to you that we can repeat 3
If
times.
they would like a free assessment, so one person, the first person, first
I
one.
want it.
They want one free assessment about their own instinctive advantage. They can go on, they can email me
Email.
at Movis, M-O-V-I-S, media, M-E-D-I-A, at gmail.com. It'll come right to my phone and I'll respond right away.
And so listen to that. Email her right now. The universe rewards those who take action differently than those who don't. And they can email her at Movis, M-O-V-I-S, media,
At Gmail.
M-E-D-I-A, at gmail.com. Movismedia at gmail.com. Make sure you put your name and your phone number. Give her your contact information. Just don't say I want it and you don't put any name in there. Put your name and your email and your phone number so that she can reach out to you. Candace, thank you very much.
Thank you,
You're always powerful, like I knew. Roland, come on up. Let's give some takeaways from Candace. Candace, we'll let
slide
you,
out.
yep, we'll let you slide out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you some feedback from Candace, and then once we give the feedback, we're going to take another break. We're going to move the set around and get her stuff out of the way. Very powerful, by the way. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to start by sharing my takeaway. And she said something very powerful, and what she said is that you're successful when you're operating on instinct. That's so powerful. She said you're successful when you're operating on instinct. T.D. Jakes wrote a book called Instinct, and he talked about that some of us need to operate through instinct. And so for me, that resonated because that's the way I am. Once I've done something so long that it becomes routine or mundane, I'm ready to move to the next thing. I like figuring things out. I like taking things and doing things different. So you're successful when you're operating on instinct. What's your takeaway?
You know, and a lot of people weren't able to see it online, but it was your why plus your how equals success. That you have to understand your why and what motivates you and pushes you, because sometimes you want to quit on yourself. And so it was on screen. I don't know if you all were able to see it, but I saw everything and I was taking notes. But having that and then knowing the how of how you're going to do it equals great success.
Because you said the how does matter.
The how does matter. And so why plus how equals success. And that just really resonated with me because I didn't even think about the how. I always said, well, my why, this is my why I do things, which motivates you, but you need to have the how.
Exactly. Because the how are going to be the steps to get there.
Right.
Roland, what about you?
I gotta use this one this time. Well, once again, there's so many takeaways, and I just want to thank Candace because, like Ruben, I think that was the first time I ever met her was when I met you.
Yeah, we were
And I was like, man, I want to do what she does. Yeah, and she has so much passion and believes in everything she does. But for me, one of the biggest things, and I've heard this before, but it's always good to hear it again, is you can't sell your dream to somebody that can't afford it. You can't sell your dream to somebody that can't afford it. And so many times we're going to sell our dream that somebody, that's people that are hope broke and life broke and dream broke. And we go by what they tell us. So if they say, well, you can't do it, why can't I? Well, because I tried it and I didn't do it. And my friend, and I know somebody that knows somebody and it didn't work for them, so you can't do it. And they're broke, their life broke, their dream broke, and we're trying to sell a dream to us that could change our lives to somebody that can't afford it. Our job isn't getting the blind to see. Our job is getting the blind to see, but if they want to stay blind, we got to let them stay blind. So that was my takeaway.
Wow. You can't sell your dream to someone that's hope broke. Wow. Wow. Well, listen, you heard Candace Haynes. Here's what I want you to do. What was your big takeaway from Candace Haynes? I want you to put that in the feed. Remember, your big takeaway can be someone else's big breakthrough. So here's what I want you to put. Put your takeaway from Candace and then put hashtag Candace Haynes. Hashtag Candace Haynes. And
Spell her name.
Candyce.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Yeah, and put that in the feed so that we can go back and look for that. She can go back and look for that and see what it was that impacted your thinking.
And she's going to give away one free evaluation. So don't be sitting there in your head at home, wherever you are, saying, well, I'm not going to do it because it's not going to be me because somebody else is already going to do it. Because that's how you're going to be stuck right where you are with that kind of thinking. So you could be the first one. You never know.
And even if you're not, what I realize is that it doesn't matter. That I'm going to talk with her, and whatever the assessment costs, I'm going to ask her to significantly reduce the mic.
Don't hold the bottom, hold the transmitter.
I'm going to ask them her to significantly reduce the cost of that, so that even if you're not the first person, and she can't give it all away because you can imagine that there's a lot of people that want to do it, but there is what I've found out that in life, it comes with a price.
Yes.
There's a price for your dreams. There's a price for being successful. There's a price for moving ahead. There's a price for finding out who you are at the core. But guess what? There's also a cost for not paying the price. And so many people are paying the cost because we refuse to pay the price. So whatever it is worth it to you to figure out exactly who you are at the core, because this was eye-opening for me. Just going through this exercise was eye-opening, and then to come back and think that she had an assessment that I took that told her this before I ever done it, but that I just walked up and proved what the assessment said, that's brilliant. And I can't wait to see the complete results of that assessment, because I know it's going to be life-changing. So here's what we're going to do.
I have a question before that.
Yeah, okay.
What was your thought when you first came in and saw all this on the table?
There's a lot of stuff you could do with that. I believe that she's right when she says I'm a quick start, and that I don't necessarily think of all the reasons why it won't work or can't work. I think that's why I've been successful at starting a martial arts school when they said it couldn't work, or starting a surgical staffing company or surgical assistant company, or writing the curriculum, or starting to speak. I just get started and figure it out later. It's going to be there, but I just get started. So when she said get started, that's exactly what I did.
Oh, so that's a good cue. Get started.
Get started.
Get started.
I think you have to, because a lot of people live in analysis paralysis, and here's the benefit. This is why I love that she brought us all up here, which was really unique, is that we weren't the same. But we would be much more successful as a team, because even if you're a quick start, you're going to need that systems person behind the scenes. And so one of the reasons I feel like I've been successful is that I always work with a team. There's so many people that I surround myself with that we have the same goal, but we're different as individuals, and that allows us to be successful. So I think that's important.
I love what you said. You said you got to get started where you're at. See, most people, they don't want to get started where they're at, but you can't get started where you're not.
Right.
So you have to get started where you're at, because you'll never get started where you're not.
Yeah.
Right.
And most people are trying to get started one day when this happens.
When this happens.
They're not going to get.
Yeah, I could do it. If
They're
I
not
lived
going to
in
get
Atlanta.
there if they don't get started now.
Right.
So yeah, I thought that was great.
And I know some of the people couldn't see some of the things that's on this table. I mean, just for you all, it's like any and every. Oh, cool! I had this as a kid.
Slinky. Some dice.
Yeah, some money.
Yeah, all
There's a
kind of
game
stuff.
right there.
All kinds of stuff, and it makes you think outside of the box. So we really appreciate Candace bringing in that information. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take 5 minutes. We're going to switch a few things out, and then we're coming back again with another powerful speaker. Stay tuned. Remember, I told you Les Brown, our fearless leader, is on the way. He said that your story matters. I think he knows what he's talking about. He's been able to leverage his story all over the world. So if anyone could tell you that your story matters, I think it would be him. So make sure you stay tuned. We're going to be back in 5 minutes. In the meantime, get you something to eat, something to drink, share the video, invite someone else to watch the video, and make sure you show back up in 5 minutes with your pen and paper. We'll be right back.
Great.
Okay, so we're back at the Live Your Best Life 17. We're live here in the studio in Laurel, Maryland. We have people in the audience. We have people live online. And we've been sharing some ways, some techniques, some ideas that we believe as speakers, presenters, trainers, coaches, motivators, that you can live your best life. We believe that there is a level of life that we can all aspire to. And here's what we know. Everybody listening to us, you're already successful. There's been businesses and things in life you've already been successful at. Yes. And so we're not saying that you're not successful. We know you already are. We love speaking to a certain group. Here's the group, millionaires and millionaires in training. That's who we like talking to. And so here's what we know. Regardless of where we're at now, we have the ability to take it to another level. And so I'm bringing a person to the stage now, and her main thing is being able to take it to another level. She calls herself the Blessed Girl. If you've ever seen her Facebook page, it's always something positive. It's always something motivating. She is one of the diamonds. I like this. She is a diamond in the Tracy Lynn fashion jewelry business, right? She's a diamond. I love it. And that in itself is representative. I remember meeting her at my event in Bloomington, Illinois, and one of the things I thought is that she just automatically stood out.
She does.
There's people with an energy signature that just makes them automatically stand out, and she's one of those people.
Now, you need to know she's coming bling-tastic. Yes. Yes, I made a new word, bling-tastic. But what shines greater than those beautiful jewels on her neck, that was what April and I were talking about, is her spirit.
Yes,
you all need to get ready for this phenomenal woman. Come on up.
Yes.
Woo.
And it's Anana Pfeiffer Delrahome, and she's going to show you, check this out, the steps to win, right? The steps to win. Write that down, the steps to win. This is why I love her, because she believes in winning, and not only winning personally, but helping her team win. If you know anything about network marketing, the way you win is to help the people that you work with win. And so there's a reason that she's a diamond, and that's because she's helped other people win. And here's what I know. If her message can help them win, her message can help you win. Here she is.
Awesome,
Miss Anana.
awesome. All right.
Oh, she's got the mic. All right, she's ready to go. All right, let me move out of the way.
Thank you for that incredible introduction. So listen, we're talking about the steps to win. So here's what we're going to do, right? So I'm a 9, I'm a me, but I'm so about energy and how you feeling. So where are my winners at? Now, if you're in the room, stand to your feet. Come on, stand to your feet. If you're at home right now, I want you to get in front of a mirror and say, I'm a winner. Okay, now we're going to go even better than that. Get your cell phone out. Everybody got a phone. I know everybody got a cell phone, right? Selfie. I don't have mine. If you know me, I do pictures. I love to see what I look like, right? Get your phone out. Selfie. Got it? All right. Now I want you to go ahead and post that. Facebook, Instagram, I don't know what you use, all of the above. And you're going to hashtag I'm a winner. You're going to hashtag LYBL17. And if you want to, because you know you're talking to your blessed girl today, you could do hashtag blessed girl. So I'm going to go back through social media. I get to see all your beautiful faces. So again, those of you that are streaming, I won't say if you're in your car, but you could do it for me later. But I want you to take a nice selfie of yourself. And I want you to know, just a reminder, that you are a winner. So I'm talking to the winners today. We're going to talk about the steps to winning. All right. Now, here's the thing. I'm excited. I'm super excited to be here with you today. And I got 2 reasons. All right. Everybody say 2? 2 reasons why I'm excited. Because here's the thing. Almost 3 weeks ago, your girl was in the hospital, your blessed girl, in the operating room, right? And anybody know we all have challenges, right? We all have physical challenges. We all have health challenges. And if you haven't had one, then I'm sure there's someone who's a loved one, someone that was close to you that had to experience a challenge. Well, it was my time. It was my turn to experience a challenge. So almost 3 weeks ago, I'm in the operating room. Now, I've had some prognosis, we could talk about that another time, right? Because we can hear different things, but I knew that wasn't for me. But the one thing about this surgery, I had some growths that had to be removed, okay? But the one thing about the surgery is there was a chance that I couldn't talk. couldn't talk for maybe 2-3 weeks to a month. Oh, no, not your girl. How can I not speak? Now, I had other prognoses and other things that could have happened, but the fact that I couldn't talk, oh, no, no, no. So here I am becoming a speaker, want to be an international speaker. I'm ready to do big things, and they're going to tell me that I may not be able to talk. Now, y'all know that was going to be a problem. But let me ask you something. Can you hear me now? Okay. You can hear me today. I am standing before you. For number one, I am healed. I am speaking, and I'm excited to be here. And I'm excited to talk to you about living your best life and taking the next steps to your win. All right? And again, not about me, but it's about you. But I understand that you need to know a little bit about me. So any one of you that don't know me, again, my name is Anana Pfeiffer Darrell Home, and I'm AKA your blessed girl. So we'll talk more about that. But I'm excited because here's the thing. I'm here today because I took some steps. And just to stand here before you, I had to get up out of my seat and I had to get to stepping. Now they got this camera on me. I can't move like I want to move, but I had to make some moves. I had to first, like I said, get up and get to stepping. Now the thing is, I didn't know how many steps it was going to take for me to get here. I didn't know. I didn't count 1, 2. If I go here, I move left, move right. I didn't know, but I knew that I had to stand up and put one foot in front of the other and get to moving forward. And that's what I had to do. Now, I want you guys to say this with me, decision. Decision, right? Now, we all have to make decisions in life, right? We all have to make decisions in life. And a lot of times those decisions could be tough decisions. They're going to take some courage. It's going to take some deep thought, right? You got to really look within yourself and come to a decision. Now, how about a little over a year ago, I had to make a decision. Again, what was that word? Decision. You could put that in the feed. Decision, right? And then I tell you, a decision is when you have to think about something. You have to ponder, but you have to come to a result. You have to come to a result. So when you make a decision, then it's time to make some changes. So I tell you what, a little over a year ago, I was working in corporate America, had that quote unquote good job, right? And I'll tell you what I like to call it, that job which kept me at just over broke. Now, it might sound like just over broke. You might think financially, yeah, right? Living check to check. But just over broke financially, also spiritually, also physically, even in my relationships, emotional. So I've been at this job now as administrative director. I mean, it's a first-class academic health center in the state of New Jersey. I started out loving my job, worked hard to get to where I was. You know, when you finally get to that point where you got an office with a view, right? I always had one of them corner offices, feeling like something, right? So I get to this point and I start feeling aggravated. Anybody annoyed? What they say when you get irritated to greatness. How did I get here and I'm feeling like this? Something is wrong. Now, I know that was me, but have you ever been in a relationship and it's like, I thought this was going to be it for me. How am I now feeling like, what is this and how did I get here? And I got to go. Anybody? Okay, I know, we won't. I know, y'all on their feed. But yes, if that was me, just say me or give me a thumbs up, whatever you need to do, right? But that's where I was. I said, this is not feeling right. Something's got to give. Something's got to change. But again, making good money, 6 figures, you know, most people will look and say, oh, from the outside, it's looking good. But what I was doing was that 9 to 5 became a 9 to 7, became a 9 to 8, a 9 to 9. It was never enough, never enough. And what I realized was I was giving the job my best. And who was getting the leftovers? Who was getting the crumbs? My loved ones, my family, my business. The things that I truly love and care about was getting the scraps from me. How did I wind up here? And I speak to those that are feeling that way. You know, where am I? How did I end up here? But that's okay, because I'm here to talk to you. We're going to talk about you taking the steps to your next win. So I'm excited. That's just a little bit about me, where I've come from, just a little bit about my story. You need to know that. So we're going to talk about the steps, right? We're going to talk about the steps. Now, here's the thing. Steps and winning. So we got 2 things. So I already found out who are the winners in the room, right? So this is it. Okay, thank you. I got somebody, winners out there, right? So now Zig Ziglar says this, right? Awesome author, personal development coach. He says this, right? He's like, now you were born to win, but in order to be a winner, you must plan to win. You must prepare to win, and you must expect to win. All right? So now the thing is, you already have the innate ability to win. You was born with it. Imagine you were born as a baby to win. But how many people are planning to win? Anybody planning to win? Do you prepare? Are you really preparing for your next win? Do you have a plan and a strategy in place for your next win? And do you expect to win? I know I do. In everything that I do, I expect to win. I expect to be a winner. Now, here's the thing. What is a winner? What does a winner look like to you, right? So I looked it up. A winner usually is a champion. Somebody that comes in first place. A hero. Is that you? Are you a champion? Are you a victor? Does that feel like you today? Is that you? Where you at? Where you at? Again, say yes, that's me. I am a champion. I am a winner, right? Now that's what a winner is. But here's the thing. The opposite of a winner is someone who comes in last. Someone who feels disadvantaged, okay? You may even feel like that today. Do you feel like you're disadvantaged? Do you feel like you always come in last? Don't worry, I got something for you. We're going to talk about the steps of how you can win and how we could turn that thing around where then you can be a winner. You no longer have to feel like you are the last. You no longer have to feel like the disadvantage. You coming from behind, but we're going to put you up in the front. You are going to be the first. You are going to walk in victory. That's what I'm talking about. You blessed, girl? That's what we're here to talk about today. All right? So let's talk about the steps. So I like to break things down. Here's the first thing. We're going to go through an acronym. So I want you to get your pen, get your paper. If you can, if you need to type it in the feed, whatever you need to do, I want you to write this down. So the first thing is S, all right? So the letter S, we're going to spell out S-T-E-P. S, actually, okay? So we're going to talk about the steps to win. Now, here's the first thing. The S, I need you to see it. I need you to see it. Now, here's what Helen Keller says. She says, the worst thing than being blind is having sight but no vision. I need you to see your win. I need you to see yourself as a winner. What does that look like? What does it look like? What is you being a winner? What does that mean? For me, it's me standing up here in front of y'all talking. What? Do y'all know that's one of the greatest fears in the world is to get up in front of people and speak? Woo! I don't care. I'm going to give myself some credit today because I'm standing up here in front of y'all talking. I don't know how many thousands of people we're talking to, who knows, all around the world, but I'm doing that, right? Because I had to see it first. Now, that's the S, but I got another S for you. The second S, I need you to say it. All right? So it's one thing to see it, but I need you to say it. I need you to be able to communicate what it is that your win is. Now, I'm in a studio. I got some folks here. I want you to just share that with your neighbor. What does a win look like for you? What's your next win? What are you working on? What's your next win? You can put it in the feed for me. Let me know. What you working on? What does a win look like for you? All right, y'all doing it. That's good. That's good. All right. So because I want you to know it, I want you to be able to see it, and I also want you to be able to say it. You got to speak that thing, speak it into existence. Now, the next thing is one of my favorites, because if you know you're blessed, girl, I'm big on energy, right? Energy. So T, sorry. I'm skipping. I'm ready because I'm big on energy. I'm ready to talk about energy. But no, the T is you need to take action. Take action. Now, all of those that are here with us today in the studio, if you are watching, you're streaming with us, that's all good. We're talking to you. But what? When we finish today, I don't know what time we're going to finish, but when we finish, you're going to have to start and take some action. Action, action. We want action. Yeah, I used to be a cheerleader in my day, back in the day, I know. So action, action. We want action. So I want you to do what? Take action. All right, so now we got my T, but now I can jump to my one that I love. Energy. I need you to get your energy up. Let me tell you something. I know they told you I work with Tracy Lynn. I have an incredible I have my own business, but I have an incredible team. But sometimes, you meet people and I want it. I want to do this. I want to be this. Yeah, okay. But the words don't really line up with their energy level. How you going to do it, honey, when it's like, I think I can maybe, come on now. I need you to get your energy level up. Get a level of enthusiasm because you are a winner. What did he say? You were born to win. All right? So I need you to check your energy level. Anytime, definitely when you come in my space, what we working with, I need your energy level to be up. All right? Then y'all writing, right? So we got the P. I like this one. I like this one again. When you work with people, you have to produce. You got to produce. You have to be in production mode. What are the results of my labor? What am I doing? So let's get in production mode. Every day, what are the results of what I've done, of what I've been talking about, what I've been working about? What does it look like? What am I producing? What is showing, right? The fruits of my labor. That's your produce. All right, so we got S, T, E, P, and then last but not least is S. And when you do all of these, you're bound to be successful. You're bound to be a winner. You're bound to walk in your place of success because we're taking the steps to win. All right, so I got the steps to, and here we go, win, the big one, the win. W, you ready? I know you're writing. Let me slow down, make sure you get this. W, what is the W? You gotta work, boo. I'm sorry to tell you, as I said a year ago, I had to make a decision. I had to make a decision. Now, am I going to stay? And now here's the great thing. I've been here today and I've learned from some incredible speakers. And I believe it was Patrick Artis. He talked about, are you doing what you get paid for? Or are you doing what you were made to do? Oh, man, now that was something. What were you made to do? And I had to, again, talking about that decision a year ago, that where I was, wasn't where I was supposed to be. It was a time, it was a shift. My season was over. And I had to take some steps of courage. I had to. I mean, and I struggled with that thing, I want to say, for almost 2 years. It wasn't immediate. I just woke up and I'm just going to quit my job. No. I really had to struggle with that thing and come to the decision that it was time for me to move. So I got up the courage. Anybody ever had to make a decision and move on faith? That's a big one. Trust and believe. It's faith. For me to say that I'm going to leave this job, I'm going to contact my VP of HR and say, listen, it's time for me to go. But to be honest, I think so much Monique. She was just sharing, about being honest and standing in your truth. I had to get up that courage to stand in my truth and say, listen, knock, knock. I'm here, but it's time for me to G-O. And that was courage for me to do that, to make that appointment, to sit outside of her office, not knowing. She could have said, baby, turn your key in and get out of here now. I don't even know what could have come out of that situation. But just to be honest, to be true, to be transparent, she understood that, and she paved the way for your sister girl to be standing here today in front of you, walking and taking the steps to my next win. So I'm definitely excited about it. But since I've done that, I still had to work. Y'all know work. You have got to work, all right? So in order to be a winner, you got to work, all right? So that's my disclaimer right now. You got to work. All right. Then you got to get in the game. You cannot stand on the sidelines watching everybody else do their thing and, oh, they look good, girl, yay. But you never get your jersey on and get in the game. So I am here again to talk to you. Talking about those steps, you got to get in the game. Put your jersey on. I don't know what, your sneakers, your cleats, your ballerina shoes. I don't know what it is. Whatever equipment it takes for you to win, get your microphone in your hand, get your pen in your hand. If it's for you to be writing books, if you need to be singing, get your singing lessons. I don't know what it is, but you got to get in the game of that. It's time for you to get in. All the time, people will stand on the sidelines watching, looking at other people living their dreams and succeeding. But I am encouraging you to get in the game. That's the only way you're going to win. You ain't going to win standing on the sidelines looking at people playing the game. In order to win, you got to do what? Get in the game. All right, so that's my end. Now, here's the thing. This is my last one. And I have to say this is probably the most personal one for me, and that's that N. And I have to tell you, here's what it is, guys. The N, you can never give up. Because here's the thing, life is going to throw you blows. It's going to give you punches and uppercuts. I don't know too much. I know my fantastic coach, he know all the moves and stuff. But life is going to give you a bunch of hard knocks. But you have to never give up. I mean, non-negotiable. Whatever that win is, wherever you see yourself being and your full potential, don't you ever stop. Don't you ever take no for an answer. Never, ever give up. Why? Because quitters never win and winners never quit. And what are we talking about? We're talking about the steps to win. We already established it. You are a winner. So what does that mean? You never give up. You keep on getting up. You keep on stepping. You get to stepping. You understand? That's what I need you to do. Because again, these are the steps to your next win. So I want you to, again, you got to see it. I need you to take action. Get your energy level up. You are going to produce and be successful because you are headed to your win as you work, as you get in the game, and you already know you are to never give up. So here's the thing, Dr. Martin Luther King. He says here it is, faith. Because I promise you, I could say all of this, but I know it's going to take some faith. It's going to take some courage. But faith is taking the first step, even when you do not see the whole staircase. And I know that, I mean that. And here's the thing, a lot of times now, we all got smartphones, right? We all have, what's in that smartphone is a GPS. Right? And that GPS can get you to anywhere, right? I'm here in Maryland. I could travel to California from Maryland just by using that GPS. It will give me every highway, every turn, the miles, the kilometers, whatever you want. That GPS will give it to you, right? But here's the thing. To get into your win, to fulfilling your dream, ain't no GPS to that, baby. All I know is you got to get up. You got to step forward and make the moves to get to where you want to be. So we're pretty spoiled, because we all got the GPS. It can guide you to get to anywhere you want to be. But here's what I know. What it's going to take is faith. You're going to have the faith to, first of all, trust yourself, trust your own ability, and last but not least, you got to trust your own calling. You have to trust to know that I am being called to this. My purpose is for me to win. And that's what I am going to do. So I am so excited. I am glad that you shared this day, this conference with me as we continue to live our best lives. As you take the steps to your next win, please, I'll encourage you to, again, it's your Blessed Girl. You can see me. You can get information more about me on my website, which is Blessed Girls. So BLESSEDGIRLS.com. And here's what I have. I have some Blessed Girls stuff. So the first 10 folks that send me an email at info@blessedgirls.com will receive a special gift from your Blessed Girl. All right? So blessedgirls.com, info@blessedgirls. You can also catch me on Facebook. Anything you need, I would love to work with you. You need that coach, that cheerleader, I'm right here. Excited to be here with you today. And now here's the thing. I have a great coach, a great mentor. And here's what he told me just the other day. He said that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step. And I encourage you today to get to stepping. Thank you so very much.
All right, I love it. I love it. I told you, wait.
All right.
What did I tell you? Do you feel her energy? Remember I told you that everyone has an energy signature, and so if you're just around her, you feel it. If you don't feel it, something's wrong with you. And I believe this is how she leads her team. This is how she connects with other people. This is how she brings out the best in them, because she has this energy signature. Nana is on fire. She's on fire. And here's what I love about her is when you see her up front, she's giving you everything. She is not holding it back. She's not trying to be nice. She's not. And so what we would like to do, no. What you see is what you get. And what we get is greatness. Thank you, Ananda. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Yes. So, hey, what can I say? Very powerful. I'm bringing up my team so we can go through our takeaways, because what we know is that was powerful. That's powerful. That's powerful. Roland, Felicia, Dr. Shaw, what'd you guys think of Anana?
Oh, gosh, thank you.
Oh, you have a mic.
Yeah, I can think of it. Well, Ruben, again, another great, the enthusiasm and the excitement.
Yes.
You want to be attracted to her.
Yeah.
And one of the things, one of my biggest takeaways from her was, and we've heard it several times today, and I think it's worth repeating, is Helen Keller's quote of the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is so important because that message has to get to somebody because so many people are walking around with their eyes wide shut.
Yes. That was
You know-
a movie one time, Eyes Wide
sure
Shut.
is.
Yeah.
With Tom Cruise, yeah.
So they're just going through life because they have no vision. So I thought that was one of the biggest takeaways I have was you have to have not just vision, but you have to have sight.
Yeah,
So that was
I
my
love
big
that.
takeaway.
Okay, the one that stuck with me, it was all of it that stuck with me. But when she turned around and I'm waiting, what's the W? What's the W? You gotta work, boo.
Yeah.
Curled her lips up with it. Work, boo. You have to work. It's just not ta-da. There are times in life that those things do happen, but you've got to work. You've got to be persistent and get there. You just can't, I hope, I wish. Woulda, coulda, woulda, shoulda. No, you have to work. And so I love that you did it with flair to put that in your mindset. You have to work towards these things. It doesn't just come.
No, it doesn't come. And you know, we hear of overnight successes, and the funny thing is we realize that you just seen them on the night before the success. You didn't see all the other nights where they were working to become successful. And so a lot of times we make the mistake of thinking that it just happens overnight. And here's what I know about Anana, in when we talk about her being a diamond in the business and coaching other people, it didn't happen overnight. It happened night after night. But she was willing to put in that work, right? And so that was my takeaway too, is that you have to put in the work, and it's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be given to you, and you have to be in the game. You have to be in the game. And you know what's funny about being in the game? When you're in the game, it changes your perspective. Like right now, the NBA Finals are happening. And so you have the Golden State Warriors against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And so the games are, you know, high-scoring games. They're going back and forth. I think the series is 3-1 right now. And what's funny is if you've ever been at a game, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, it doesn't matter. There's always players in the game.
Yeah.
Now, here's where their perspective changes, because the people on the court or in the field or in the arena, they'll listen to the other players. They'll listen to the coaches. They'll listen to the refs. But you know who they don't listen to? Is the people in the stands. See, when you actually get in the game, all those people in the stands, it doesn't matter anymore, right? It was Roosevelt who said, it's not the critic who counts. It's not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man, the woman, who is actually in the arena. No, he didn't say in the stands. He said the credit belongs to the man or the woman who's actually in the arena. And so what the people in the arena know is that what the people in the stands say doesn't matter. And so what Anana is saying is that you could take the steps to win, but you have to be in the game. You got to be on the field. You got to be on the court. You got to be in the arena. That's why I had to have her on this presentation, because she's won again and again and again, and she teaches other people how to win. Do me a favor, put your takeaway from Anana in the feed. Make sure you put hashtag Anana. I'm just going to leave it at that. Just put hashtag Anana.
How do you spell her name?
ANANA. Hashtag Anana. Make sure you put that in there, and tell us what your takeaway was from Anana, the big takeaway, because here's what we know. Your big takeaway could be someone else's big breakthrough. There was so many takeaways that could be breakthrough moments for us. Don't you agree?
I agree, and I'm really grateful for everybody that's been putting their notes and takeaways in the feed, because sometimes I might miss a couple of things. So I'm like, oh, that's what that was. So you don't understand how powerful it is, and that we get to take that with us. Everyone does. So we learn from one another. So please don't mistake it. Put it in the feed.
Yeah, please. Now, we have another speaker coming up. And, I brought this gentleman up earlier, and I just let him give a few nuggets. And he said, Ruben, you're trying to take my thunder. That's part of my talk. But he is an inspiration to me. I remember working with him in surgery. And number one, just to see him in action and the level of excellence he projects in the operating room is amazing. And so to have him come and share that wisdom with the audience, to me, it meant a lot. And so what I know about him is that he's one of risk. In other words, he's come from India, and he said no one else in my family would even get on a plane. They hadn't even been on the plane. That he had only started studying the language for a short time. He came here, learned the language. He came
Mastered the language.
I'm sorry, master. Right. Go ahead, correct me. Mastered the language. But what I love is that he's mastered a certain perspective, and life is about perspective. Life is about perspective. That's what we're talking about, that vision. And so I'm going to have him come up right now. We'll bring him up. His name is Dr. Jay Salamath. He goes by Jay. Welcome, Dr. Jay.
Welcome, Dr. J.
Now, what's funny is when we normally think of Dr. J, we think of the basketball player. That's all he is, and that's not the case. But here's what I know. He's going to share some nuggets with you that can be life transforming. So do yourself a favor right now. Get your pen out, get your paper out, and then here's what I want you to tag in the feed when he gives you those powerful takeaways. Hashtag Dr. JAY. Hashtag Dr. JAY, so that he can go back through the feed and find those nuggets that really helped you out. We're going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
After a powerful speaker like Anana, I don't know where to start. That's how we all start, not knowing where to start. I always start my speeches with note of thank you first. First, I have to thank Ruben giving me this opportunity to be here in front of you. The second person I want to thank is you, the audience. Without you, we are nobody. You are giving us the opportunity to share our ideas, thoughts, and struggles. Before I go into my talk, I want to quote a line from what we call in India Upanishads. These are the words of wisdoms that have been written 5,000 to 10,000 of years ago. It says, Purushat na parama kinchit. What does it mean? There is no limit. There is no limit to the heights to which the human spirit can soar. So, all the speakers that have come before me and me here, we are trying to kindle that spirit that is within you. Like Jeff said, don't be a walking in coma. We all are trying to wake up that spirit that is within you to discover who you are. Story about me. I come from a humble family. My grandfather was a very, very strict farmer. My dad when he failed his 10th grade, he tried to, get his GED a couple of times, and he couldn't. He couldn't take farming. He couldn't, take his father's discipline. You know what he did? He ran away. He ran away from home. He ran away from everything that he had. He came to, live in a big city, Bangalore, and he worked as a construction worker. He cleaned in the hotels. He swept everything. He luckily landed in a job in a factory, in a foundry. If you have anybody know what a foundry is, where there's they pour hot molten iron to mold things to make machines. One thing that he showed me, every single day he got up to work and went to work. Never complained. Never missed a day. He showed me what is called as perseverance, hard work. All the speakers that came before me one thing that they had common is they persevered through their hardship. That's what gets us to where we want. But everybody says you have to persevere through things. What does it mean? What do you have to persevere through? I'll tell you. First of all, you have to persevere through a phase of what is called as self-discovery. What is self-discovery? When we say self-discovery is nothing but figuring out what is your calling is, like Monique said earlier. You have to figure out what is that it's calling you. When I was growing up, I was to tell everybody asks you, what are you going to be when you're grown up? We change. First thing I said, like, I want to be a driver. As I grew up, I said I want to be an engineer. And my dad used to have a big fat book about, manufacturing engineering. I used to be proud, and I used to go to the closet and bring it up book and show it to everybody. And I was very good in mathematics. I was very good in physics. Guess what? In India, we have 3,000 and odd languages, and English was my second language. Everything that I was studying, it was in my mother tongue. When I had to make the transition from 10th grade to 11th grade, you make a big switch because you want to pursue engineering career. Everything is in English. Here I am. I learned everything, and I was on top of the class. And I went to the English school, and guess what? I am bottom of the class. Didn't know anything. All the subjects that were my favorite subjects, like mathematics, physics, I did not understand them. I did not understand them. I barely passed, getting a D+. At that moment, and I said, how am I going to be an engineer? How am I going to be an engineer, not understand the physics and the mathematics? One day I was sitting and reading through my biology class, but the botany photosynthesis chapter came. If you ever wonder about what photosynthesis is, you will be amazed. I always tell all my patients that struggle to lose weight is, if you understand the only thing, magical thing that lives on this earth are the plants, because they are the only one that gives us a life. I can give $1 million, $1 billion to all the Nobel laureates in the world to take a mud and a water and a sunlight and an air and make it into a kernel of corn. They will never be able to. But the plant does it in a matter of seconds, without sound pollution, without a noise pollution, without water pollution. And it gives it to you unasked. That kind of woke me up. My God, there's so much fascinating things out there. So the knowledge for hunger for this life is what said, I could understood that easily, and I can recite it easily. So I said, engineering is not my calling. I wanted to pursue understanding of human biology, how everything worked. And that's how I wanted to become a medical doctor. Not because I wanted to serve, not because of anything else, but it was just for my hunger for intellectual knowledge that is hidden. Now, in India, we have to, right after 12th grade, you have to decide whether you're going to get into medical school or engineering school or whatever. Because again, I still had the disadvantage of the language. And I couldn't rank high enough. I took the exams to get into medical school. Guess what? I didn't get in. See, that's when the next step, once you discover what you want, but you cannot get it. That's when what arises in your mind is what is called as self-doubt. Self-doubt, how do you overcome self-doubt? always self-doubt comes from fear. Ruben earlier mentioned both faith and fears are because of what is not known or what we cannot see. So, in order to realize your dreams, like Anana said, see yourself as what you want to be. I added to that, I want you to dream what you want to be. So I started seeing myself sitting in a medical school classroom, taking notes, and those kind of things. At that time, I was still lost, didn't know what to do. That's when you have to surround yourself with friends, good friends. One of my friends was going to nursing school. He gave me information, you can become a nurse before becoming a doctor. I didn't know what nursing was all about. I went to nursing school. As soon as I went in, everybody said, you were at top of the class and you're going to be a nurse? These are the third thing that come into your life. After the self-doubt, you're already doubting yourself, right? The critiques come into play. People that come into your life, that could be friends, family, and all those things. What do they say? Oh, you won't be successful. It's not possible. He will be back. How many of you heard that? And then also they say, why do you want to throw away what you already have? Those are the times you need a mentor. Those are the times you need to surround yourself with like-minded people and those who want to be helpful, guide you. And so just because people are out there, unless you seek, like earlier somebody mentioned that when you seek, help will come to you. So the first step, the S in Anana's speech, the first step has to be taken by you to seek that help. It is out there, but you're the one who have to seek that help to get there. And in order to overcome your self-doubt, develop a positive thinking. Like J.R. Allen said, you have to develop a mindset of optimism. You have to believe that creates the relief of your self-doubt. Once you do that, then you have to think about what is next. You have to make it a habit. How do you develop a habit? Becoming physically self-disciplined. It can be as simple as just going to exercise every single day. When you're exercising, you have to say, I can do it. Make it yourself a mantra. Just last month, this article was written in Wall Street Journal, The Power of Mantra. Mantra is nothing but you repeat yourself what you want to be. If you keep telling yourself, oh, I can't do it, guess what? You can do it. Say, I can do it, I will do it, I'll be a winner, just like Anana said. So, when you come to those kind of things, next thing is limitations. What are we limited by? There's opportunities out there that's limitless. There's a calculus formula that says, if you try to, if fx tends to infinity, answer is going to be 0. That means if you want to or have unlimited opportunities, you have to give up your expectations. You have to take the chance. You have to take a chance. How many times are you going to take a chance? There is a great, great poem by Bernard Burton. This poem was written in 1849. This is a poem called as Bruce and the Spider. This is about the king, Robert Bruce. He was fighting the British for at least 6 times, 7 times, and he kept losing. He kept losing and losing. He was so battered, and one day he was captured as a prisoner. He was sitting in this, chalet, and he was looking through. He was laying on his back, looking up there, and then he saw this spider trying to cast a web from one beam to the other. It kept falling down. It kept falling down. It kept falling down. It fell down 7 times. The 8th time, it was successful. So that means you can get inspiration not only from mentors, not only from people, you can get inspiration from simplest things like spider. So he gets that inspiration and goes into the battle this 8th time. Guess what? He beat the Brits. And he's the greatest king Scotland ever saw. So you have to not give up, when you want to pursue something. To pursue, how many times I had to apply to medical school where I want? It took me 10 years to applying to hundreds of medical schools to get into one. All you need is one opportunity that will accept you for who you are. Sometimes it may take longer than that. It took me a total of 20 years to become a surgeon. From the time I conceived the idea, that's what we call patience of time, perseverance of time. You have to persevere enough time. Did I have money? That's another limitation. A lot of people say, oh, I don't have any money to pursue this. I don't have any money to do this. Guess what? If you seek it, there's plenty of money out there. Don't worry about it. Pursue your dream. When you pursue it, people will give it to you. Another thing is you have to learn to not to quit. Everybody keeps saying, the minute you quit, guess what? Everybody else quits on you. If you don't want all of your family, friends, and everybody don't want to quit on you, you first should not quit. Next, in order to get into, be successful, you have to persevere through sacrifice. What do you have to sacrifice? First of all, is the fun time. Like Candice said, when all of her friends were going to prom, she was in the Marine. I had to sacrifice 1 year of my life when I was pursuing pre-medical degree in Lansing, Michigan. There was nobody there to give me money to go to school to take pre-med. I was working 12-hour job, 7 o'clock in the morning until 7:30 in the evening. But I needed to go to school at the same time. What I did was I switched all my weekday work to weekends. 1 whole year I did not have a day off. I went to school Monday through Thursday, 8 o'clock in the morning till 8:30 in the evening. Taking 22 credits classes. They sent me to, again, I'll come back to the critics again. They sent me to the counselor. You know what the counselor said? You're a crazy person. You can't do this. You will fail. Guess what? I 4-pointed all the classes and showed it to her. You have to believe in yourself that you can do it. While doing homework and studying, while working in the emergency room, 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening in the ER on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 1 full year to get to where you want to go. So that's what you call sacrifice. Sometimes you have to sacrifice your family. Our first person told the story began with their mom's birthday wish. Her mom sacrificed for her to be here today, to become who she is. when you do sacrifice, people remember you. One of my greatest philosophers that I follow, he says, all of us have 3 powers. All of us are born with this. The first one is called this power of concentration. The difference between the person that is successful and the person who is not successful is only the degree of concentration. Focus your mind on what you want to achieve, and you will achieve it. The greatest example of concentration is, Buddha. Buddha concentrated for 12 years on meditating on the thought of what life is. So if you can achieve a concentration of that kind degree, you'll become a great person. The second, the power of decision. Nobody can make decision for you. You have to make the decision that what you want to achieve, what you want to dream of, you have to take that first step. Like earlier, another speakers mentioned, you always, whenever you're posed with adversity, you can make a decision either to break down or break records. Right? That is the power that resides within you. Like Jeff said, when the doctors told him, you cannot walk, you know what he said? No. I have made a decision that I'm going to walk, and I'll show it to you. That is what is called as power of decision. The last one is the power of unselfishness. Once you achieve great success, that's when you want to become unselfish. Share your dreams. Share your successes. Earlier, Ruben said, do you remember your great-grandpa's name? How many of us, remember Jesus Christ? 2 millennia. Why do we remember him every day? He didn't live for himself, lived for others. When you live for others in an unselfish way, you become immortal. The only way to achieve immortality is through being unselfish. That is the all living things I mentioned earlier. We have that power to be unselfish. When you start to give, you receive more. You will not know what to do with it. You'll have that much to be given to you. So, with those tidbits, I still have more because of the time constraints. I have to limit my tidbits to this much. So, in all, first is discover who you are, self-discovery. Then you want to overcome the self-doubt, overcome the criticism, overcome the limits, and sacrifice ultimately yourself to be successful in life. Thank you.
Give him a hand. I love it. Come right over here, Doc. Full of wisdom. Now, wait a minute. Now, we've heard people fighting to get something done and working through some processes and going back again and again. But refresh my recollection. How many years did you say it took you to get into medical school?
10 years.
10 years. You're not saying 10 tries.
Hundreds of tries.
No, because you have to really put this in your mind. There's a reason he's standing here today as Dr. Salamath. If he would have stopped at 8 years, no Dr. Salamath. If he would have stopped at 9 years, listen, no Dr. Salamath. Because he went to 10 years and hundreds of tries, it's not even the fact that he's standing here as Dr. Salamath, it's the fact that all the patients that needed his help, who were waiting on him, got to get his help.
You have to remember, the first speaker talked about the Chinese bamboo, right?
That's correct.
You cannot give up watering that dream when nobody else can see that dream.
Yes.
That's what you have to be.
Yeah.
10 years of nurturing,
10 years.
watering.
Your seed, your
Yeah,
bamboo tree.
bamboo tree.
Yeah, that nobody
could see it.
Like, are you crazy? Like, 5 years in, you're still applying to schools?
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? Like, what it comes down to is how bad do you want it? Because life is going to give you every opportunity to throw in the towel, to give up. And I'm sure you had that opportunity.
Oh, every single time.
Yeah. Now, I could tell you 2 people that's really happy that you didn't give up, and those are your daughters. Tell them about your daughters.
Oh, I have the most beautiful daughters. They're my joy. Their names have significance. The first one is Maya. Maya means illusion. Illusion means we all wear a wool over our eyes to see the truth for what it is. We believe what others want us to believe. We hear what others want to hear. But all the while forgetting not to believe in yourself,
Yeah.
not to hearing yourself. Listen to that inner voice. Earlier, somebody asked, what does that mean to you? Candace asked, what does that instinct means to you? That inner voice is what is instinct. Poker players, if you have seen, statistics has shown the poker player knows when he's going to win.
Really?
Every time if he goes with his instinct that he's going to get that card, he gets that card.
Wow. I'm going to take up poker. And so that's Maya. And
That's Maya. In this world of delusion, only way to overcome what is real, to understand what is real, is to love unconditionally. That's what Neha means. Love. Through love, you can transcend gender, color, creed, power, money, you name it. If you love a person unconditionally, you'll overcome everything.
Yeah. See, I told you, I told you, and this is not going to be the last you hear of Dr. Salamath. I believe we're going to be hearing a lot more from him. Thank you. I'm going to bring up my colleagues so we
Thank you
can
so
share
much.
some of your takeaways. Excellent information. Excellent information. This full of information. Now, you're going to want to be ready. We're going to just share a few of his takeaways, and we're going to give a couple of shouts out to a few people in the feed. But let's start with his takeaway. What was one of the takeaways that you got from it? Go ahead, Laura.
Oh, me? Oh, I think, again, I mean, I love listening to him. I got a whole book of stuff, but one of the ones I liked was, when you quit on yourself, everybody's going to quit on you.
Yeah.
And that's usually what happens. If people see you quit, why should they keep believing in you when you lose your belief in yourself?
Yes.
And I really loved when he said that. You know, there were so many I could have chosen from, but that's the one I chose from today. I really liked that.
One that stuck with me the most was what you started off with. Start not knowing where to start.
Yeah.
That you just have to start. You won't always have the answers, but you can't let that be an excuse for you.
Yeah.
Start not knowing where to start. I like to think about it of something that I've had for myself and I want you all to write this down. Say, action over motivation.
Yeah, action over motivation. Yeah.
Let me try that again in here. Action over motivation.
Action over motivation.
Sometimes, and you all have seen me walking a little bit gingerly here, that I have a health condition right now. And there are times that I'm hurting so bad that I don't want to get up, but then there's times that I'll just say, oh, action over motivation.
You don't have to
Sometimes
feel
it's
like
the pillow.
Yeah.
Sometimes the pillow just seduce me. I shouldn't tell that to you all, but sometimes that pillow be like, hey, girl. Or
Come
hey,
lay down.
boy.
Come lay
Right.
down.
And then I have to get myself up and say action over motivation. And that's where it was of you got to take that action. So start not knowing where to start.
Yeah. You know what I love that he said, and this is just true in so many areas, but what he basically said is when you seek help, it'll find you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
this is so funny because a lot of times we're waiting on help and help is waiting on us. I was driving my car. It was in the snow. I mean, it was on the street. It's a nice day. The guy had ran out of gas and he was standing there, but he had opened his door and he was trying to push his car and steer it at the same time by himself. And I was sitting at the light kind of laughing, you know why? Because I knew he wasn't going to be able to push the car and steer it. I was like, what is he doing, you know? But he was sincere. Like, he was just going for it. And then I thought, man, let me help this guy. So I had pulled my car over to the side of the road. I got out to help him, and at the same time, another guy come up, and so now we're both behind the car, and he's at the door, and we're all three pushing. Well, then a few other guys came up. Now, after a while, we're pushing the car, and he jumped in the car and shut the door, and now the car is going by itself. He's not pushing. He's steering the car, but we pushed it right up into the gas station. And what I loved was that he got out, and even though he didn't know how it was going to work, he didn't know if it was going to work, he probably figured it wasn't going to work, he's still going to do something. Because here's what I know. If he would have just sat in his car and rolled down the window and said, hey, come push my car, I said, well, anyway, I would have not carried him and pushed his car. I absolutely not am going to push your car. But because he was out there taking on a task that was bigger than himself, right? The universe is looking for him. And I believe when he went not 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, but 10 years trying to get into medical school, the universe finally said, hey, you know what? Let this one through.
Yes.
Let's go find a wimp to pick on, because no matter what, if it takes it to 11 years, he's going to keep doing it. He's not going to stop. So let him come on through. Let's go find somebody else we can break. And what I love about his message and his story, and what you should love about it, is that you should be so strong that the universe can't break you, that you're not going to give up, you're not going to give out, and you're not going to give in. And when you do that, the help that you're seeking will find you. So there you have it. Those are takeaways from Dr. Jay Salamath. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to find your takeaway from Dr. Salamath, and I want you to put it in the feed. Hashtag Dr. Jay. Hashtag Dr. J. Now, I've got to remember, did he give us a way to contact him? No, I don't know that he did. So I'm going to bring him back up. Hey, somebody get him out of the fan room. Bring him back up. You guys beat the fans off of him. Come back up. And I'm hey, back. Here's what we want to do. Let them know how they can find you.
Oh, they can personally reach me through my personal email that is spelled JSALIMATH@yahoo.com. And I have a Facebook help group for people that want to lose weight. It's called as Gain Life by Losing Weight, Dr. Salamath.
Can you repeat that one?
Gain Life by Losing Weight, Dr. Salamath.
That's his Facebook group.
Yeah. You can join there, and there's a lot of people that are struggling and want to gain their life back.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, here's what we're going to do. We have up next, I want you to put this in the feed. We're about to go live. Les is ready. He's going to be coming up next. We have to do a 5-minute break. Now, you know he is an international traveler. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. And so we happened to catch up with him. We didn't know where he was going to be, but he is live and ready to go. We're going to bring him up in the feed. He has a live presentation for us, and that is that your story has value. Now, in the meantime, we need a little bit of time to switch the feed over. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody say 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Before we go to break, we're going to acknowledge a few people. We asked a few people to take their picture by their computer and post it in the feed. Now, we actually have these pictures, and we want to give them a shout out. We have Fabian Nelson. She posted her picture in the feed. Great smile, by the way, and thank you for tuning in. We have Robin Prather, who
Trust yourself to fulfill your calling, and that was Anana, and so she put that out there too.
We also have Miss Demetra Moore, who took her picture and put it in the feed, and it looks like she was just having a good time over there at her house. We have several people who followed that instruction to take their picture and post it in the feed. We have. Yes.
Is that Roland?
Roland and his wife.
Roland is in the feed.
Right,
I
but I think his wife
coach.
posted it in the feed, right? And she said, hey, you know what? We're going to connect. And she has a beautiful smile, doesn't she?
She does.
Right, Roland's a
Look who
lucky
she
guy.
hangs
Roland said, look. What about chopped liver? No. But we're going to be shouting you out if you've posted your picture in the
So
feed.
we got 5 minutes. Yeah,
We're
we can
going
do
through and
that.
looking at it. Do me a favor right now. Take a picture of yourself. Take a picture of yourself by your computer if you can, showing you listening to the Live Your Life broadcast, and then post it in the feed. Make sure you put your name and your name, and then if you want to put what you do, put that in there too, because we want to give you a shout out. What we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take the feed down for a few minutes. We're going to get the switched over, and then we're bringing up none other than Les Brown. So do me a favor, find somebody, invite somebody, tell somebody. Listen to that. Find somebody, invite somebody, tell somebody. You know that his messages have changed lives all across the world, and what he wants you to know is your story has value. So do that for me right now. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to be back.
Awesome.
All right?
Yep.
Here we go.
No.
Yeah, well, he's in there. He crushed it. He crushed it.
If you just want to introduce him, talk to him for a minute.
Okay, hold on. Let me just make sure they can hear
Motivator himself.
you. And then we have the microphone.
Mr. Motivator
The microphone.
himself.
Make sure you're not on the phone with him.
Okay, let's hang up the phone now.
Mics are on.
Okay.
All right, our phones are. You can still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can they hear the feed? Anybody bring up the feed and see if you hear?
Do you have your mic, Ruben?
Oh, no.
Now it's back to 5 Yep. Tell him don't hold the bottom of it.
He said, don't hold the bottom.
No, I'm thinking about if you had. Do we have enough
Testing,
light?
1, 2,
Hey,
3.
do I have enough light?
Yeah, you have good light. You have good light. Your light is perfect.
Perfecto.
All right.
I think he said have good light.
I think you're good.
You think I'm good?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You're good.
All right, we're getting ready to come back.
All right, good. Thank you.
They can hear everything we're saying, so we can't make any noise in here. So it's going to pick it up through here. Okay. He's putting it back up. So here we go. We are live, and I am in front of the camera. And here's what we're going to do. We're right now about to bring up none other than Les Brown. Now, if you've heard him speak before, you know that his message is not only motivational, but transformational. And here's what we know about his voice. It resonates around the world. I remember when I was in South Africa with him, and he walked out on stage in front of 5,000 people, and they stood to their feet, and they were applauding. And when he used his voice, it transformed lives. When we got done, people wanted to touch him and talk to him and greet him because the message that he was saying was one of hope and inspiration. And it was allowing them to see themselves differently. And so now you're going to have the opportunity to get that same voice. Now, what he told me when I said, Les, you're going to give a message to the people that they need to hear from you. What is it that you want them to know? And you know what he said? He said, Reuben, he said, tell them that this is going to be my message, that their story has value. He said, your story has value. And so now we've taken the time to bring him in live. Where he is in the world, I don't know. But he's going to tell us. But here's what he's also going to let you know, that your story, it has value, and it'll resonate around the world. So I'm bringing to this feed none other than my coach, my mentor, Mr. Les Brown. Les, take it away.
Thank you. Oh, y'all got to clap louder than that.
He said we got to clap louder than that.
Thank you. Reuben, I can't see you on my phone. Can you all see me?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let me just say this.
I would like to know a couple different people that
I got something different on my phone than what you guys have. I don't know why. But at any rate, let me put this down. Now I think I can see y'all. Do I see y'all there? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Let me put this down. Now you hear me well, right?
Yes.
Very good. I want to say thank you so much. Reuben, you and Roland, you guys are doing an incredible job, the whole crew. I want to say congratulations to you, because the work that you're doing is needed now more than ever before. The work that you're doing, giving people a platform to speak and to tell their story and to connect with people, to create a bonding, to be able to expand their vision of themselves beyond their adverse circumstances and the things that they're experiencing. People need that now more than ever before, unlike any other time in the time that I've been on this planet, because things are changing at an incredible rate. There's a great deal of uncertainty and fear and stress, and 3/4 of the population is on some type of antidepressant or some type of anxiety drug. So this is major, what you're doing. And as I said earlier, I think you should do it at least once a month or either every week, because I was strolling through Facebook trying to find the feed, and when I see all the insanity that's out there, all the craziness that's out there on Facebook, that in order for us to begin to make some impact, we got to work as hard and even more. And that's why the work that you're doing and allowing these speakers to be able to tell their story is important. And let me talk about the value of story. When you think about the fact that how we live our lives is a result of the story we believe about ourselves. And so when we begin to look at where things are now, where the suicide rate among young people is soaring, where you see the proliferation of gangs and violence and unspeakable crimes that are taking place, these are the result of people taking in images and mindsets and minds full of garbage. There's a saying, garbage in, garbage out. No, garbage in and garbage stays. And it manifests itself in our attitudes and our visions of ourselves. It manifests itself in dysfunctional behaviors of all sorts. So what you're doing, you're helping people, you're saving lives, you're healing people, and this is a major work. I want to chime into what you've been talking about today. And I want everybody to write down mastery. I'm with a friend of mine, Marie Cosgrove, and I think that as I look at my life and look at the things that I want to do, I'm reminded of a Russian author, Leo Tolstoy, and he said, as I face inevitable death, what purpose and meaning in my life that will not be undone or destroyed when I'm gone? And so to me, what he's saying is that as I look at the fact that I'm going to be leaving here, what mark, what impact, what legacy have I built? What have I created? That even after I'm no longer here physically, that will still be going on, that will still be growing. And I believe, Reuben, the work that you're doing and the training that you're doing and broadcasts of this nature, that this work as these other speakers will take up and we pass the baton to them, that even after we're gone, it will still be going on and affecting generations yet unborn. And as I talked to you about mastery, just less than 7 days ago, I was in intensive care in Hillcrest Hospital in Cleveland, Ohio. I just finished giving a speech in Las Vegas, and I was feeling lethargic. I was going to sleep tired, waking up tired, and this has been going on for several months, and I didn't know what was wrong. I've mastered what it takes to tell your story. I've mastered what it takes to train people, how to begin to create an experience with an audience. I've mastered in how to earn money, how to begin to live from your passion. But the area that I have not mastered, and I'm encouraging all of you to do what I'm now doing, master every dimension of your life. I've been dealing with diabetes, and I've been dealing with cancer and pain from sciatica. And so when they gave me medication to hold the cancer at bay, I gained 55 pounds. Gaining 55 pounds, then I became diabetic. And then they put me on insulin, and then it's difficult to lose the weight. And I didn't master getting the knowledge and being educated on all the things I need to know of what it takes to deal with diabetes. I didn't feel like I needed to read anything about it. All I had to do was just take the insulin. And then I was in Las Vegas, went to fulfill my prescription, and the doctor didn't call. And so there I was out there for a week without the insulin, and eating and not being as cautious, not being educated, ignorant of my condition. And what I realized from this, I could have gone into a diabetic coma. My blood sugar level went over 750. I was standing up speaking to an audience, and my son-in-law who was with me, he said he felt if I had gone for another 10 minutes, I would have collapsed on stage. He could hear the pauses in my voice. I could hear myself speaking to the audience, and that has never happened to me before. I had to gut it out. And there I was, just going back and forth, left and right, trying to find my center, trying to find my energy. And I couldn't get to where I wanted to go that I'm accustomed to doing because I didn't master the information dealing with my health. I didn't master the information of how to handle diabetes. I didn't master the process of creating a ritual of what time I should eat on a regular basis and what I should eat and what I should not eat. I just took it for granted that I knew it. No. As we look at ourselves and look into the future, and we've all heard the saying, your health is your wealth, you have to master every dimension of yourself, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically, to create the greatest version of yourself. You have to master all those areas, because if you are lacking in any of those areas, it's going to affect every dimension of who you are. Here's the next thing: as you look at your goals and your dreams, act on your ideas. Wayne Dyer and I had agreed that we were going to do a PBS special, that I was the first motivational speaker to get an Emmy for producing a special for PBS. And so he was one of those individuals who'd raised a lot of money for PBS. And so we were planning on doing it, and we kept talking and going back and forth. And then Wayne called me and said, Les, I'm coming to Orlando. Let's talk to PBS. They've already agreed in principle. Let's get together and let's do this special together. It will be the biggest thing in the history of PBS. I said, you got it. And 2 days later, he died in his sleep of a massive heart attack. We don't know how much time we have here. We don't know what day, what hour we're going to leave here. We all have an expiration date. So as you look at yourself, look at your goals, as you begin to master every dimension of yourself, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, that you have to begin to, as you look at your ideas, act on them now. Tomorrow is not promised. George Washington Carver said, do what you can where you are with what you have and never be satisfied. I'm glad you're doing this, Ruben. I'm glad that you have the mindset that not only for you to do it, but to incorporate other people into it. Because, as you said earlier, we all have an energy signature. There are certain people that will hear me and respond. But there are certain people that will hear Roland and respond. There are certain people that's your assignment and they're going to respond. And all the other people that you've had today. And so as we begin to multiply our voices, we can begin to make a greater impact. So whatever it is that you want to do it now. When I finish this broadcast, I'm going to meet with Marie and a friend of mine named Karen Bell. Then I'm going to see my grandchildren, and I'll have 3 great-grandsons that I'm going to see and spend time with in Columbus, Ohio. I'm in Dayton, Ohio right now. And so as you look at your goals and look at your dreams, don't put anything off. Don't take anything for granted. Here's the next thing is, and this is major, and a lot of people take it for granted. Establish what I would call relationship capital. Ruben, if I had my choice, and I do, and I'm limiting people who have access to me, I love working with you because I know you're serious. I know Roland is serious. I saw him in the airport recently in Columbus, Ohio, and I'm looking forward to our getting together and doing some things together. I know Marie is serious. I don't want to work with everybody. I think it's very important that we practice the principle of OQP, only quality people. This is no time to be around people who don't have goals, who don't have dreams, people who are not growing and developing and working to go to that next level. I've just finished doing something with Kevin Bracey out in Sacramento, California, and he has a program called Reach for Greatness. And I was so proud to be on stage as his mentor and to watch him. And I work with kids, and I've developed a children's program. But to see someone that I have mentored, that now he has created a program that blew my mind, that was beyond anything that I've ever done. And you're the same kind of person. You're cut from that same cloth. And Shamir, that all of the people that I'm working with now, I know that they're serious. And I want to say to you, most people are not serious. If I had my life to live over again, I would not spend time trying to convert people. I would operate from the principle that Jesus said, whosoever will, let him come. Work with the willing. A person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. I was trying to help my twin brother lose weight, and I gained 14 pounds. Because it takes energy. When you're speaking to people, it takes energy. And there are certain mysteries of life, even at 72, I can't figure out. How is it that my brothers and sisters, my mother adopted 7 children, but I'm the only one that's like me? How is it? I have 10 children, and 9 of them got good sense, and 1 is crazy. I don't understand this. You know, I'll look at him, and I'm not going to tell you his name is John Leslie. I look at him and say, about to make me lose my mind. Up it here. You about to make me act a fool. Up it here. You talk about you got bipolar, you're going to have 4-polar in a minute. I mean to tell you, I don't understand this. What is that? How could people coming from the same circumstances, the same household, be so dramatically different? I don't understand. If I had my life to live over again, I would just spend time loving my brother, but not trying to convert his thinking. We're just 2 different people. So the key is this. Work with people who are willing to work with you and keep them in front of you. Because if you try and go and pull them out the hole, they'll pull you in there, and it's going to take everything in you to get out. Now, here's another thing. Not only we must master every dimension of our lives and act on our ideas and establish relationship capital, but you have to invest in yourself and be with this. Warren Buffett was asked a question, what is the most important investment I can make? This guy has billions of dollars in real estate, billions of dollars in the stock market. And he said, the most important investment I could make is in myself. That's the most important investment you can make. The average person will not do that. There's a book called Average is Over. There's a book called The End of Work. Most people don't know 50% of the jobs that exist today can be done by robots. In less than 17 years, 30% of the remaining jobs will be handed out to artificial intelligence, apps, or cheap labor abroad. We're moving in another direction now. And so in order to make it, you have to invest in yourself so you can expand your knowledge. Knowledge is the new currency. In order to make it, one of the most important tools you can have is the tool that you're working with, and that is the tool of helping people to establish their voice, to be able to tell their story. Let's take President Donald Trump. And I'm not talking about from a political standpoint. You know, I say to people, don't worry about what's going on in the White House. Worry about what's going on in your house. I've traveled with Donald Trump. Years ago, there was a tour that we did, and he opened at 12 noon, and I closed in the evening. It was called Millionaires in Training. And what Donald Trump did, and I want to say to those of you that are speakers and trainers and life coaches, write this down. Never let what you want to say get in the way of what your audience wants to hear. Never let what you want to say get in the way of what your audience wants to hear. He speaks the language of his base, and they're loyal to him. That's why he can say, I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and they'll still vote for me, the people who love me. Why? Because he's speaking to their mind and to their heart, but he's speaking in a language that they can relate to, in a language that they can identify with, and a language that they can begin to incorporate in their vision of themselves. So part of what you have to do, if you are serious about your story, is establish communications intelligence. And that is, get to know who is it that you want to speak to, what is your market, and what is it they want to hear. Not about what you want to say to them, find out what is it that they're interested in, so that you can make sure that you're on the same page. The next thing is that not only must you invest in yourself for the knowledge that you can acquire and becoming a master at it, but you want to incorporate a coach. Why? Because you can't see the picture when you're in the frame. Every month, I cut a check for Mike Williams, and I want you to write this down. The Road to Your Best Stuff. The Road to Your Best Stuff. You can get it on Amazon. I wrote the foreword to that. Were it not for Mike Williams, this Les Brown that you now hear, this Les Brown who's changed millions of people's lives around the world. This Les Brown, if you go on YouTube and put in Les Brown speaking in the Georgia Dome, you'll see me speaking to over 80,000 people. Were it not for Mike Williams, I would not be doing what I'm doing now. Were it not for Mike Williams, I would still be a radio personality. He was my newsman, but he became my coach. I asked him. And he's an analytical person. He's a strategist. And this man, he introduced me to a part of myself that I did not know existed. You can't see the picture when you're in the frame. So you want to invest in a coach who has accomplished something, who's doing what it is you want to do at the level in which you want to do it. The next thing is expand your vision. I used to be a disc jockey. I used to promote concerts. I'm a speaker. I'm an author. I train speakers. I'm working on producing a television show. And so at this stage of my life, I'm 72, but I look younger. I'm gorgeous for 72. I mean, I don't leave home. A lot of people don't leave home without their American Express. I don't leave home without my mascara so I could cover my gray. Homie, don't be playing. I will get back there. Let me tell you something. I got 3 eyelashes. I'm about to puff up right now. Let me tell you something. Homie, don't be playing no gray up in here. No no shame in my game at all. You know what I'm talking about? So let me. So why? Well, why is this? Because this is show business. They see you before they hear you. You can't be walking around with one foot on a banana peeling and the other one in the graveyard. No, you got to look like something up in here, up in here. Can you feel it, brother? Up in here, all right? I tickled myself. I'm sorry. Okay, okay. I'm sorry if my medication went off. Okay, so here's my point. You can do more than you can ever begin to imagine. You know, as I look at myself at 72, let me tell you, when I was in the hospital for 5 days, my daughter, Ona, said, gaps are from God. And I spent time thinking I could have gone into a diabetic coma, but God spared me. And I said, look at here. I said, here I am. I'm dealing with cancer. I deal with, they came in and they were talking to me. They had, they have the doctor, the primary physician, and they have these trainees, So they said, they pulled the book out and they started going through my symptoms. He got cancer. He got pain from sciatica. He's got high blood pressure. He's got diabetes. He's got cholesterol. I said, look here, am I still alive? Ain't no sense of me going home. Why don't y'all just drive me out there to the cemetery and just dump me out? Just dump me out to the nearest open grave. I said, I'm still here. Michael Jackson go, Barry White go, James Brown go, and none of them made 70, but I'm still here with all this stuff I got. Now, what does that mean? My work is not through. My work is not through. You're still here. There's something for you to do. Steve Jobs gone. He had more money than the United States Treasurer, but he's now food for worms. You are still here. You are an instrument. You are a force for God. God has something for you to do, and I encourage you, find something. I love speaking with all my heart and soul. I could do it 7 days a week. I was in the hospital. They had all these instruments connected to me, and I was motivating people who came in the room. I told my kids, when I die, don't bury me right away. Don't cremate me right away. Come down to the morgue, ask permission, give them some of my CDs and say, let me come in and see my daddy, and bring a microphone with you in your pocketbook and put it in my hand. If I don't stand up and say, you got to be hungry, you'll just say, well, he go. Oh my God. Yeah, there you go. How you know he go? Because I put a microphone in his hand. He didn't say nothing. So I believe, man, I believe with all my heart and soul that the people we meet, the things we experience, that all things work together for good for them who love God. And I believe that we are here to make a difference in people's lives. A lot of people that what we're saying is going right over their head. But there are other people that as we speak, it goes in their heart. As we speak, it ignites their spirit and they become a pencil, as Mother Teresa would say, in the hand of God and start writing a new chapter with their lives. And so, master every dimension of yourself, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, so that you can become the greatest version of yourself. Act on your ideas. Act on them now. Don't take anything for granted. Tomorrow is not promised. Relationship capital is the name of the game. Who's in your team? Who's the mastermind group? Who are the people that you're surrounding yourself with? Because in order to make it, you can run faster with 100 who want to go than with one around your neck. And the other thing is, invest in yourself. You are your most important commodity. Knowledge is the new capital. And expand your vision. You can do more than you can ever begin to imagine. If anybody had told me, given my circumstances, born in an abandoned building on a floor in a poor section of Miami, Florida, If anybody have ever told me being adopted and labeled educable mentally retarded and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade, failing again in the 8th grade, and no college training, if anybody have ever told me that I would speak in Salt Lake City, Utah in an hour and a half and earn $260,000, the average American earns $240,000 in their lifetime. If anybody have ever told me that I would speak at the seminar of the century with T. Harv Eckert, who wrote Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, and an hour and a half earned $410,000. If anybody have ever told me, looking at me, born in Liberty City with a twin brother, and called DT, the dumb twin, that I would train 3,500 doctors in 1 month, Monday through Thursday, and earn $640,000. No one would believe that. No one. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of what you're going to do, those of you that are listening now, because what I've done is only a tip of the iceberg of what you're going to do. You're going to do the greater work. You're going to see a century of people. You're going to see experiences that I won't see. You'll see a future where I won't be able to visit. And I'm saying to you that you're on the right track. There's nothing as powerful as the mind. When Dr. Carter G. Woodson spoke the words, he said, if you can determine what a man shall think, you'll never have to concern yourself with what he will do. He said, if you can make a man feel inferior, you never have to compel him to seek an inferior status, for he will seek it himself. And if you can make a man feel justly an outcast, you never have to order him to go to the back door. He'll go without being told. And if there's no door, his very nature will demand one. And I'm saying to you, it's an ongoing process of transforming your mind. And part of my bucket list this year, this summer, number one, is working with a small group of people like Marie and you, Roland, and you, as those of you that's in that room that's working with Ruben, that want to master communication, because it is major. And doing 2 trainings with young people this summer in Detroit and in Cleveland, Ohio, because that's on my bucket list, and I'm not going to push it out anymore. I'm going to do the trainings because I started working with kids first, and I believe that that's a mandate on my life. I wouldn't be who I am had someone not taken the time with me. I've never known my father. I've never known my biological mother either. But Mr. Washington, who said to me, young man, someone's opinion of you does not have to become your reality. He took an interest in me, and he volunteered to work with me. And I owe it to a lot of these young people who can still hear my voice. When I spoke for a guy named Grant Cardone, I was shocked with the number of young people in the, talking about 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. I have a whole new audience that can still hear my voice. And so I have a responsibility to be in a room with them. And it's not going to cost them anything. It'll be a minute, probably about $15 to $25. They go see these filthy mouth comedians. They're going to pay something to hear me too, because they're going to have some skin in the game. But I know I can reach some of them. I know it, and I'm going to do some work in prisons. And I want, if anybody listening, I want to create the Les Brown reentry programs with young men and women that's getting out of prison. I want to help them to transition back into life, teach them how to transform their mindset, how to become effective communicators, how to dress like a prospect and not a suspect, how to develop positive relationships that's an asset to them and not a liability, and how to earn money online, even if they have a felony, how they can earn money and not have to go around begging for a job that they're not going to get because they have a criminal background. We're losing a lot of people. They punish them for the rest of their lives. And so I believe that it's at this stage of my life, that's where the main work in, reducing that recidivism rate and that incarceration rate, increasing the graduation rate, and training and multiplying the voices out here. So having said that, I want to make it possible for those that are with you, Ruben, to ask me some questions, or people in the audience that can perhaps they can text something and ask me some questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Les,
Y'all have any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Anybody have any questions?
I do.
Yes. You can just ask it. Yeah.
Can I be the first one to get registered for the event in Cleveland?
Did you hear what he said, Les?
No, repeat it.
He said he wants to be the first one to get registered for the event in Cleveland.
Well, he's in the room with you. He's in the right place, so he's got the right hookup. Let him know that the answer is yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, there you go. You got the hookup, and the answer is yes. Anybody else have a question?
Thank you, Les.
Anybody else have a question?
Yes.
Yes, we have another question.
Les, what else are you planning on doing this year for you?
For me?
Yeah.
Well, number one, I'm going to within 6 months, I will be off my high blood pressure medication. I'm going to reverse the diabetes. I'm going to lose over 50 pounds. And I have a six-pack, but it's covered up right now. I'm going to get my six-pack back.
I have a case.
That's serious, yes. I'm going to master my health. I have not focused on that as I should, and I'm taking it seriously. I'm here because of God's grace and mercy. I'm so glad that at 72 that I'm still here, I'm still functional, I can still make a difference, I can still speak, I still have my voice, I can still make impact, and I'm grateful to be productive. So that's the key, is to take better care of myself, so I'll be here for a good 20 years. I got a good 20 to 30 years in me. My work is not done yet. Some of these pants are going to be pulled up before I leave here.
Les, I'd like to know what motivates you every morning when you wake up to get up and keep going, even though you've been facing these challenges. What keeps you going?
You know, I'm glad you asked that question. I've got friends like Ruben. I've got friends like Shamir, like Roland. And one of the things that when I went to see Ruben, I spoke for him, and he said something that really struck me. When I looked at him and looked at the people that he's training, and he said, we're in God's pyramid. And that's why the quote by Leo Tolstoy touched me. What in my life, the purpose and meaning of my life, as I face inevitable death, that even after I'm gone will not be undone or destroyed. And so what motivates me is that if you look at the speech that I give on stage in the Georgia Dome, it's not over till I win. And I spoke to Mr. Washington, who gave a speech in the auditorium. T. Washington.
What's your stuff? But I'm the president of the Millionaire Mastermind Institute. I used to be with you a lot of times and listen and sit there while you were on the WL radio show.
Yes, sir.
And when you were with Kathy Hughes, when you were there, I
remember
I
you.
was the one that was sitting out there all the time, just tuning in, listening, and the whole time I was only taking notes. And because of you, I am the greatness that I am today. And all I can say to you is, thank you. Because you have touched one that's out there now teaching others how to build and grow businesses and support, take care of themselves, and build their legacy. So I'm telling you, thank you. I'm telling you the same thing that you told your mentor. I'm telling you. Thank you.
I received that. Thank you. You have just blessed me. You've blessed me with your voice. Thank you for who you are and for hearing and being willing to listen and to act and be a force for God.
And I love you, Les, and nothing you can do about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I receive you, and I love you to say.
Hey, Les, this is J.R. Allen out of New York. And you just said
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm fantabulous, fantabulous. And
All
I have a quote that says, today's neglected are tomorrow's game changers. And when you just said that story with regards to the gentleman, I just looked at my phone and I smiled real big, Les. Not as big as yours, but close enough. So I can appreciate it. I was once called an ill-bred child, that I'll be 6'6" or in a 6 foot by 6 foot cell. And that quote you just said just made me smile, because I said today, we've got to act on our thoughts. Because you see, if success was easy, failure wouldn't exist. And I appreciate you, Les.
Thank you, and I appreciate you. You know, I want to talk about story for a minute. Maya Angelou said something. She said, there's nothing as painful as an untold story that's buried in your soul. And as you look at yourself and look at your goals, don't underestimate yourself. There are things that you've experienced. There are things that you've seen that can create a shift in people. Here's the power of story. Distract, dispute, and inspire. When you master the art of telling your story strategically, you distract people from the story that they're not living. Distract. Through the execution of your story, you create an experience. Oliver Wendell Holmes said that once a man or woman's mind has been expanded with an idea, concept, or experience, it could never be satisfied to going back to where it was. You create an experience that gives them a vision of themselves beyond their adverse circumstances, beyond their mental conditioning, and beyond the challenges that they're facing. And you inspire them, distract, dispute, and inspire. You inspire them to make new choices. You inspire them to write a new chapter with their lives. You inspire them to give their dreams mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and to begin to live their dreams rather than their fears. Something that's resonating in my heart right now. Nothing is as painful as running into the person that you were supposed to become. Nothing is as painful as running into the person that you were supposed to become. And you, because of life distractions, you, because you doubted yourself, you, because of choices that you made, you stopped yourself. You underestimated yourself. And I say that this time right now that we're spending, it's divine. This time right now that we're spending, it's a God moment. And everything that I've said, you already know it. Everything that I've said, it's already in you. Everything that I said, it's in you, and you're supposed to do something with it because it was already birthed in you. It's there. You know, it's Dr. Howard Thurman, and I'll leave y'all on this note. He was a mentor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Mahatma Gandhi and Albert Schweitzer. He wrote Deep is the Hunger, the voice of the genuine. He said, there's something in each and every one of you that waits and listens to the voice of the genuine in yourself. It will be perhaps the only guide you will ever hear. And if you cannot hear it, all of your life, your days will be spent on the ends of strings that somebody else pulls. And I submit to you that the only reason that you're there with Reuben right now, the only reason that you're listening to me on a computer or on your phone is because there's something in you that says, I'm supposed to pull my string. I'm supposed to control my destiny. I'm supposed to be used as an instrument in this world by God to leave it in better shape than how I found it. And so I recognize you. I know when I'm in the presence of greatness, there's always a treat when great people meet. This has been Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy, and Ruth West had a pleasure as well as a privilege. Thank you so much. Roland, how are you, my brother?
First, I have a question. I just want to thank you for taking the courage to do that kid to say, I'm the one, because those 3 words have changed so many people's lives all over the world. So I just wanted to thank you for that, including my life. And if you're back in Columbus next week, I'll be there. I'd like to come out and hang out with you for a little bit.
Well, let's make that happen. All right, I love you and I miss you.
All right, man. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Les, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you for participating. You know, one of the things I liked about this, the last time we did this, Les's message was make it happen. And we couldn't get the video to come through. Remember that?
Yes.
So I had to hold the phone up to the microphone. It's hard to tell because we're running about 36 And now he's just gotten out of the hospital. He's gotten a chance to get relieved. He's on somebody else's laptop. He's wherever he is in the world. But the bottom line is he what? And so we appreciate you for taking the time to make it happen. We're going to follow in your footsteps. We're going to keep going with the program. And here's what we want to do for the people who are out there listening. We want you to put your takeaway from Les Brown in the feed. What was your big takeaway? What was it that he said that was your big takeaway? Because we know that your big takeaway could be somebody else's big breakthrough. So whatever it was, put your big takeaway and then put hashtag Les Brown. All one word, hashtag Les Brown. Put your big takeaway. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break, get our set back up. Les, we appreciate you. Thank you for sharing the message. And we're going to keep going with the program.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you and love you. Take care now.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Les.
There you have it,
Bye, Les.
everyone. We're going to take about 5 minutes, get the feed switched back over. Make sure you post your big takeaway. Also, take a picture of yourself and post it in the feed. Let them see who you are. Put your name and where you're from in the feed. Take that picture. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to be back. Hey, so we're back, Live Your Best Life 17. We just heard the message from none other than the man himself, Les Brown, whose message today was your story has value. But I told you the last time we did this and he couldn't get through, his story was make it happen, and he found a way to make it happen then, and he found a way to make it happen now. And his message was full of so many takeaways, and I'm looking through the feed, and we're gonna call out some people, but tell me, what was your takeaway?
You know, my takeaway was when he started off with mastery. Yes. And I never really thought about it. He gave so many different perspectives of mastery, master your life,
master every dimension of your life.
Every dimension of your life. And then even towards the end, when he talked about the things that he had been through, when we talked about earlier of die empty, come on. Yeah. The things that he had gone through, and he said, God spared me. And he said one time, I think a couple of times, things that he didn't even share because he had more to do. And then even just taking it further and saying, there's more than just talking to people. I got people to train. I've got to train them up. That's the next level, the next phase. There's way too many takeaways. Yeah. I took up half my notebook.
Yeah. Well, you know what? When I met Les Brown, and here's one of the things he told me. At that time, he said, I'm training up 100,000 voices of hope. And so I took that literally and seriously, and I decided I'm going to be one of those people who helps him on that mission. And that's one of the reasons that I put this event together today, because number one, I have people that I'm working with that have messages that they want to get out, and so they've been doing that. Number two, there's people out there in the feed that have a message that they want to get out. And so if you want help getting that message out, make sure you reach out to someone that can help you. But here's what I love that he said, and I think it applies to every person, in every walk in life, and no matter what you're trying to achieve. He said, OQP, only quality people. Yes. Let's say that again, OQP, only quality people. And so there's Antonio Artis. He said there's nothing worse than running into the person that you are supposed to become. Lois McMorris, she said this is divine. We have so many people in the feed. Terrence Freeman, they just wanted to say hi. There's just so many people in the feed, and you can see it out there. Well, here's what we want you to do. Take the time to take your picture, post it in the feed. Take your picture and post it in the feed. There we go. We got somebody right there.
Yes, so in the feed, Leslie Taylor, she's my soror, Sigma Gamma Rho, had to do that shout out. Okay. She said, Les Brown gave a phenomenal message. I'm claiming it right now. I'm determined to be one of Les's 21s. Leslie, I'm going to be there with you. Yeah. Determined to be one of the 21s. Got to do it for my Detroit hometown.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
And I love that. I love that he said that he's going to give back to the children. We talked earlier today, Kathy Barton Brown came to the stage and she said that you have to ask yourself, what are you doing for the next generation? And then I followed that up with the Confucius quote that said, if your plan is for a year, plant rice. If your plan is for 10 years, plant trees. But if your plan is for 100 years, educate children. What Les said is, I'm going back and I'm going to educate some children. He said, I'm going to get some pants pulled up. How do you do that? You help them pull their dreams up, and when you pull their dreams up, their pants will come up. He said he's going back to do that. He said, I'm just going to have them put a little skin in the game, right? He said that they've got to pay a little bit of something. Now, that's smart, Les. You know how I know that? Because the more you pay attention. When you give it for free, they can't value it.
Yes.
Right? And so you have to have them put some skin in the game. He's not going to charge them a lot, but he said to have them pay $25 or something just to make sure they're serious.
Sometimes when it's free, it's undervalued.
It is undervalued. That's it.
And this is so powerful, but you know what? Your time. Time is something that you give, and you all have spent your time here investing in yourselves. Some folks have been with us here all day.
All day, and we're not done. We have several more speakers that are coming to the stage, and that's why I'm excited about bringing up this next speaker.
Yes.
Now this next speaker is from Dublin, Ohio. This next speaker I've actually met at a Les Brown event. When I heard his voice, number one, he has this deep voice, he has this deep voice. But what I like about him is when you look at him, he has an exterior that's tough and rough. He talked about working as a prison guard. He talked about working as a bouncer. And so when you see him and you meet him at first, you might not know how to take him. But then when you get to know him,
yes,
when you actually see his spirit, his personality, He's completely different.
He sure is.
He's a caring person. He talked about how he took care of his daughter and his granddaughter, who calls him Pap Pap. He listens to motivational stuff so much that his granddaughter, quoted Les Brown. I saw the video when she was quoting Les Brown. If you want to work hard enough to fight for it, work day and night for it. This was his granddaughter.
How old?
How old was she? Was 3
years old.
3 going on 4. Now here's the point. How much had he had to listen to that for her to not only hear it, but remember it? And so there's people who talk about personal development, but there's people who live personal development. And this person we're bringing to the stage, come on in right now. His name is none other than Roland Manning from Dublin, Ohio. And I feel like he's the master of personal development. Roland, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. It's just a gift.
Yeah.
Truly a
now,
gift.
you were with us. We've done this more than one time. You were with us in Topeka, Kansas, and it was myself, you, Les Brown, Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant. We were at the Live Your Best Life event live, so be looking for that where you can see us all live again. What was that like?
It was a dream come true because Les is somebody I've been listening to when I didn't know what personal development was.
Yeah.
So all that time, and to be with you, my mentor, and to see all that come together, because you didn't say we might do it, you said we are going to do it. Just like you said today was going to happen 4 years ago when I met you. So it's something to remember.
Well, here, let me tell you, you loved Les Brown, and you're going to love, mark my words, love Roland Manning. M-A-N-N-Y. Why did I tell you that? Because I guarantee you he's going to hit you with some takeaways. Now, here's what I want you to do. When he gives you those takeaways, I want you to put hashtag Roland Manning, M-A-N-N-Y. Allow him to go back to the feed and see which one of his takeaways really resonated with you. Make sure you post those takeaways. Remember, your big takeaway could be someone else's big breakthrough. We're going to turn the floor over to none other than Mr. Roland Manning.
So much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. It was Muhammad Ali that said it's a punch you don't see coming that knocks you out. Hi, my name is Roland Manning, and I know life is a fight. And in any fight, somebody is always getting hit. Nobody goes through a fight. I've never watched a fight where somebody has not gotten hit. And in life, we're going to get hit. And some of you today might be watching this, that you've been hit, and you've been knocked down, and you've thrown in the towel. And there might be some of you here watching this, viewing this today, that are getting hit as we speak, and you're just looking for a way, looking for a coach, looking for somebody to help you fight back. And there might be some of you that are saying, I haven't been hit, I'm not getting hit, and things are great. Well, I'm here to share with you that you will get hit, because nobody goes through life without getting hit. Life is so much of a fight that, as we all know, none of us get out alive. I remember the first time I really got hit, or the biggest hit I've ever taken, was September 21st, 2009. I was at Gillette Stadium, home of the New England Patriots. And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was 71 degrees in September, which is unheard of. And there was a bright blue sky, and the only bad thing that day was the Patriots were losing to the Miami Dolphins. But other than that, it was a great day, and I remember looking at my friend Jeff, and I said, Jeff, it doesn't get any better than this. And then I got a text message. And before I responded to the text message, I knew something wasn't right. And I want you to think of a time in your life that maybe you've gotten a phone call, a knock on the door, or a text message, and before you answered that phone, or you answered the door, or you answered the text, you knew something wasn't right. Something inside you said, something's just not right. And that message came from my 15-year-old daughter, Tori, who was brought up in a good Christian family, who was given good moral values, who was so gifted in the sport of basketball that between a freshman and sophomore year, there was college scouts already asking about her. And the text message said, hey, Dad. And I knew something wasn't right. And I texted her back. I said, what's up, Tor? And she texted me back, Dad, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant. See, that was a punch. I never saw it coming. I never saw my 15-year-old daughter, who hadn't even started to live life yet, pregnant. See, we got hit with the punch thrown from the surprises of life, uncertainty of life. And they'll say, well, maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was like my brother Robert, who worked for corporate America for 12 years, who took a company that was from nothing to thriving, who spent 60, 70 hours a week at his job, who had to go away for a couple weeks at a time, away from his family to take this company to nothing to make it something. And one day, he got a call up to the president of the company's office. What he thought was going to be just a normal thing, day meeting. And he said the new president called him up in the office and said, Robert, we're going in a new direction. We're doing some reorganization. And we got to let you go. They gave him his pink slip. And he never saw it coming. See, sometimes you're going to get hit. Punches thrown at you by the punches of corporate America. And you're not going to see him coming. Like I said, Muhammad Ali said, it's the punch you don't see coming that knocks you out. And I asked my brother Robert when he told me. I said, Robert, how long did it take them to tell you that? And he said it took him about 12 seconds. I said, well, you look at that. Your life's not worth a second a year. Or maybe it was like my friend Jeff, who was home sleeping one night. 2 o'clock in the morning, he got a phone call from the last person you ever want to get a call from, the local police department. And he answered the phone. No, you don't have my son. He's in bed sleeping. No, sir, you must have the wrong number. He's in bed sleeping. No, I checked on him before he went to bed. You must have the wrong number. And Jeff said, Roland, after he said it the third time, just to prove him wrong, I ran up the stairs. I swung open Zach's door. I turned on the light. He wasn't in his bed. So I came back downstairs and I picked up the phone. Officer, you're right. He's not in his bed. He's not there. He what? He OD'd on heroin? He stole my car? You had to resuscitate him twice? He said, Roland, my son, my 15-year-old son, who was brought up in a good Christian family, who was well taken care of, who was in the top 1% of soccer players in the entire country for his age, stole his dad's car, and they found him on the side of the road. He had OD'd on heroin, and they had to resuscitate him twice. See, Jeff and his family, he was hit with the punch thrown by the addictions of life. Never saw it coming. Or maybe it was like my wife, Julie, 46 years old, perfectly healthy, went for a routine checkup, got a phone call 3 days later. Picked up the phone, hello, and she heard the 3 words nobody ever wants to hear. You have cancer. See, those punches are thrown by the illnesses of life. And I want you to look at somebody in your life, and maybe a friend, a family member. I don't know, maybe it's somebody out in this audience today that's been hit by maybe a pregnant daughter at a young age, or maybe gotten their pink slip thrown at them by corporate America, or maybe a punch thrown by the addictions of life, or maybe by the illnesses of life. And you never saw it coming. And I remember that day back in Gillette Stadium after she told me that. There was 50,000 people. I could have heard a pin drop. I remember almost like I get hit, knocked on my back, flat on the canvas of life. My eyes closed, thinking to myself, who's going to pay for this? Her life is ruined. What did I do wrong? Well, how is the baby going to make out? How are we going to make out? And see, here's what I realize. Life is like a boxing match. The same characters, the same environment in a boxing match are in your life. First, you have the opponent that's trying to knock you out. And when you get back up, they're trying to knock you out again. But so many of us are getting hit by an opponent that doesn't even exist. You know, when a boxer's getting ready for a fight, we all hear them, they shadow box. They're fighting an opponent that's not even there. But what do? We're fighting an opponent that doesn't even there. An opponent of doubt, of fear, of past failures, past successes, other people's opinions. Challenges that we've had in our life. It's not even there. And we're getting beat by our own shadow, an opponent that doesn't even exist. And then there's the referee waiting to count you out. But most people, when they get hit and they get knocked to the canvas of life, they do what I did. They count themselves out. I'm not good enough. I don't have the talent. I don't have the skills. I don't have the ability. I don't have the education. I don't have the money. This person told me it wouldn't work. And we count ourselves out. And we can't forget some of the biggest people in the biggest part of the whole fight are the people in the stands. The fans. And when a fan goes to a boxing match, they're only there to see one thing. Somebody get knocked out. And they don't even care if it's their favorite fighter, because guess what they'll do? They'll go find a different fighter, and then they'll go back to the next fight and hope he gets knocked out too. But here's what I want to share with you. In the boxing arena of life, the people in the people in the stands, the fans, are your friends, your family members, your co-workers, the people that you thought were going to be there for you. See, they want to see you get ahead as long as you don't get ahead of them. But here's what I realized. If you look at a fight, the most important person in that ring at that fight is the person in the corner. It's the trainer. Because when the guy's getting ready for a fight, he doesn't go to a guy that's going to tell him, you'll never make it. You're not fast enough. You're not good enough. Why are you even boxing anymore? Why don't you do something else? No, he says, look, I want to go after this championship fight. I want to go for this fight. And here's what they say. Look, this guy is fast. He's never been beat. But if you put in the work, you put in the time, you put in the effort, we believe in you. We believe that you can win this fight, and we'll work with you. And that's the person in the corner. If you watch a fight, when a fighter gets knocked down and he's looking to get back up, is he looking in the stands at the fans? No. Is he looking at his opponent? No. Is he looking at the referee? No. He's looking at one person, the person in the corner, reaching through the rope, saying, get back up. We know you can win this fight. And when I got knocked down that day, flat on my back, count myself out. Guess who was in the corner? My 15-year-old daughter, reaching through the rope, saying, Dad, get back up. I don't need you only when things are good. I need you now. You said you'd always be there for me. Dad, get back up. I need you. So I had to make a choice. I had to make a decision right there. Was I going to stay on the canvas and be a chump, or get up and be a champion? Because Muhammad Ali said the canvas is no place for a champion. And I'm telling you, if you're watching this today, and for you that are here today, I believe that as many times as you get knocked down, I believe that everybody in this ring, everybody in this room, everybody on home on the live stream, because you're willing to put in the work, you're not a chump, you're a champion. So as many times as you get knocked down, you're going to get back up again. And I remember pulling myself up, going home. I never said a word to my friend Jeff. Usually we talk like crazy about the game. And I'm thinking to myself, he's probably thinking, he's really taking this loss hard, because he's not saying 2 words. But in my head, I'm thinking to myself, maybe this won't be so bad. It won't be so bad having a little one run around. See, I started to look at all the ways that it would be better instead of worse, how it would improve my life instead of make it worse. Because most of the time, we've heard it earlier today, most people focus on 90% of the problem and 10% on the solution. We had to switch it around. So when I got home, I sat with Tori, and I said, Tori, we're going to have this baby. We're going to do this thing. And believe me, I had no idea how I was going to do it. And I told her that. I said, I have no idea. See, we all have a plan until we get punched in the face. Mike Tyson said that. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. But I had no plan. But because of listening to personal development, to being part of this, and hanging around a group of people that are willing to support you, and by filling yourself up, something will come out of you. I listen to people like Zig Ziglar. He said a good attitude will get you much more than a bad attitude will. Jim Rohn said it's not the blowing of the wind, the set of the sails that'll take you where you want to be. Les Brown said if you're going to fall, land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. I listened to people like that. So when she came to me, I knew something was in me. And I said, Tori, I don't care how hard it is, or how long it takes, or how tough and what people say, we're going to make it. So then she said to me, Dad, can you do me a favor? I said, what? And she said, can you tell my mother? And I said, what? Yeah, I laughed like that. Can you tell my mother? And I said, Tori, let me share something with you. I worked in a prison for 10 years. That didn't bother me. I worked in a nightclub where people were fighting with knives, gangs. That didn't scare me at all. But to tell your mother that her 15-year-old daughter's pregnant, that scares the heck out of me. I said, you're going to be responsible for something. I'll help you with the rest. You're going to be responsible for that. See, because we can make our choices, but we can't always choose our consequences. So she had to make the decision. So in the 3 days it took her to tell her mother, I had to come up with a team, because I couldn't do this by my own. So I went and see my mom, my dad, my 2 brothers, my sister, and a couple of my friends, the people that I had surrounded myself with. See, so you got to look at who you're surrounding yourself with. When you get knocked down, are they going to try to keep you down, or are they going to pull you back up? See, because when your circle of friends gets smaller, your life becomes bigger. When your circle of friends become less, your life becomes more. Less friends, less headaches. So they told us, we're going to do everything we can to support you. They didn't tell me you can't do it. They said, we're going to do whatever we can to help you. So she finally told her mother. And her mother, Tori shared with me after her mother told her, you ruined your life. You threw that baby's not going to have any life. You're going to be living in the worst part of the city. You're going to have nothing. You're going to do nothing. You're going to struggle the rest of your life. You embarrassed your father's name. See, that punch got thrown at her from the people who she thought she could trust and would support her. And her mother said, matter of fact, you're not having this baby. And she dialed the phone and she gave her the phone and she said, make the appointment to cancel the baby. So I'm telling you right now, when somebody wants you to cancel the dreams that you have, don't make the call. Don't make the call. So mom brought her to the abortion clinic. Tori knew she wasn't going to have the baby. She wasn't going to go through with it, but her mother made her go. And she went in and the doctor said to you, are you all right with this choice you're making? She said, it's not my choice. Whose choice is it? It's my mother's. Your mother's choice? Yeah, she's in the waiting room waiting for me. She said, do you want to do this? She said, no, I want to have this baby. I did this. I'm going to be responsible. I'm only 15 years old. It's going to be hard. I'm going to do it anyway. And they said, well, we can't do it. So she walked down. She looked at her mother and she said, I'm not doing it. She said, what did you say? She said, no, I'm not doing it. See, Tori had to have the courage to stand up to what she believed in. You know, as Thomas Watkins said, if you stand up and be counted from time to time, you will get yourself knocked down. If you're flattened by conformity, you stay down for good. So that's what he said. You can get back up again. The opposite of courage isn't cowardice, it's conformity. Even dead fish can go with the flow. The only reward to conformity is everybody likes you but yourself. See, if Tori didn't have the courage to stand up and be counted, the only people that would have been happy with her are the people that told her not to have it. And I know there's people out in this audience today. There's a Tori out there, and I don't mean there's a Tori that's pregnant. I mean there's a Tori that maybe has gone through a tough time, but maybe got knocked down, maybe had some setbacks. And if you have the courage to not conform to what everybody wants, you can have the same result she did. See, because when Tori said, no, I'm having this baby, here's what she did. She gave that baby a heartbeat and a handful of potential. And when you say, no, I'm not conforming anymore, when you say, no, I'm going to do this, you're giving your dream, your gifts, a heartbeat and a handful of potential. So Tori came and lived with me. And people are going to tell you you're crazy. When I told her we're going to have this baby, some people told me, Roland, you're crazy. Some of my friends, my family members said, you're crazy. They told her she was crazy. She would never make it. You know, they told the Wright brothers that they were crazy. Look at air travel today. They told the guy that did the lights, I always forget, I wasn't good in history, so Franklin, Edison, the lights. Look at lights today. We wouldn't be here in this light if he listened to them. They told Steve Jobs he was crazy. We all heard of Apple today. And here's what Steve Jobs had to say. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs and the square holes, the ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, or glorify them or vilify them. But the one thing you can't do is ignore them because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Why? Because the people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do.
Yeah.
You got to be crazy enough to do what other people think you can't do. You know, the other thing we do is we crucify ourselves between two thieves. Regrets and memories of yesterday and fear of tomorrow. And we never move. And we die there. That's why the cemetery, we heard it earlier today, most dreams, most books, most things, inventions are never even thought of. Why? They're in the cemetery. Because people crucify themselves because of things that happened in the past and they're afraid of what could happen in the future. It's been said the only mark most people leave on this earth is the tombstone under which they're buried. And they never lived their life. So we brought Tori. Tori's now living with me, and we started to think things differently. You know what I mean? Like when you have a dream, you gotta see it. If you talk to any mom that's pregnant, right? As soon as they find out they're pregnant, they're already looking at baby clothes. They're already thinking of what color they're gonna paint the room. They're already looking at names, all that stuff. Why? Because they have a vision of what it's gonna be later on. And that's when you're going after your dreams and you're trying to fight back. You gotta look at what's gonna happen at the end, not what's happening now. You know, so I brought her to the doctor for her initial checkup, just to confirm that she was pregnant, and they said, congratulations, you're pregnant. And here's what the doctor said: no drinking, no smoking, and no drugs. Now, thankfully, Tori didn't do any of those things. But why does the doctor say that? Because if you do any of those things, you have something in you. You have a baby in you. And if you do any of those things, you're risking that baby. You're risking that baby's health, you're risking that baby's future, and you're risking that baby's life. But here's what we do. When we have a dream that's inside us, when we're pregnant with a dream, when we're pregnant with an idea, something that was given to us by God that nobody else could do but us. Like when Tori was pregnant with that baby, that baby couldn't go to anybody else but her ever. And that dream that you have can't go to anybody else but you. So why is it we're willing to protect that baby? If we saw a baby do it, if we saw a mother doing that, we'd say, what are you, crazy? But what do we do? What do we do? We have a dream inside us. People come with negative thoughts, negative words towards you. All the reasons why you can't do it. We let all that toxic junk in our body, and we give up on our dreams. We abort our dreams, and they're gone to the grave forever, and nobody's going to see what we had inside us. Why? Because we let negativity into our life. You know, and it's not easy, right? People think that you start a dream, and if it's not today, if it doesn't work today, you're a failure. If you want to be a speaker and you're not speaking in front of 100,000 people today, you're a failure. If people don't want to pay you for it today, you're a failure. If you start a business and it doesn't work, but here's what happens. It takes 9 months, right? A mother doesn't go to a doctor today and say, oh, congratulations, you're pregnant, you're going to have a baby tomorrow. No, it takes 9 months. Why? Because the baby has to go from what it is to grow to the 9 months. But here's more importantly, the mother has to go from what she is to being something different. Like Tori was a 15-year-old girl that played basketball. Now she has to go to becoming a mother. So it takes time to grow into the person you want to be. So you got to just go with the process. And there's going to be up times and down times. Tori would throw up on the bus, and she'd get sick, and people made fun of her. And when you're going after your dreams and tell people, I want to be a speaker, I want to write a book, I want to write a song, I want to do this, they're going to laugh at you. Let them laugh. You know, so you have to go through the process. Here's the other thing I know. When you got to start right now. Like Tori couldn't go to the doctor and say, okay, doc, I'm glad that I'm pregnant, but can we wait 2 weeks? No, you got to start right now. You know, you start right now. You can't start where you want to be. You got to start right now. So whatever you want to do, you got to start right now. Then you got to trust the process. Tori didn't know exactly how a baby goes from this to 9 months. None of us do. Maybe doctors do, but I think the only one that really does is God. But she had to trust the process, that if she followed the plan, if she went to the step-by-step process that the doctor told her, that watch what she eats and go to the pregnancy classes and all that stuff, at the end, there's going to be a baby. We have to trust the process. We have to invest in ourselves. See, here's what I know. Most people will spend more money going to watch on a concert or in time, but spend more money going to watch a concert or an event where they'll spend thousands of dollars. And this is what amazes me. They go watch other people live their dream instead of investing on their dream. How much is the book? $20. I'm not spending $20 on the book. They don't want to spend the money, but they'll spend hundreds, if not thousands, and wait in line for days to go watch somebody else live their dreams. But here's what they don't realize. The people that they're watching invested in themselves. They weren't watching other people live their dreams. Invest in you. Invest in your health. Invest in your family. Invest in the person, and the results will follow. Never lose sight of your goals. You know, even when Tori was Going through the 9 months, she never lost track when she was getting frustrated, and you are going to get frustrated. You're going to want to quit. She wanted to quit. I'm like, you can't quit. We got to keep going. But if you never lose sight, because at the end, she saw a baby. She knew she was having a girl, so we already had the room painted pink. She already had a bunch of clothes. I even went and bought a new dishwasher and a refrigerator. I don't know if I thought the baby was going to come home and use it, but I was excited. You got to be excited about your dream. See it before it's done, and never lose sight of it. And then you got to go the distance. See, Tori couldn't stop at 6 months. She couldn't stop at 5. I'm ready to have the baby now, Doc. 4 months, because I don't feel like waiting to 9. No, she had to go the distance. We have to go the distance. No, it doesn't matter. We heard the doctor talking today. 10 years just to get in. And then another 10 years before he could become a doctor. He went the distance. You got to put in the work. You know, I love the movie Rocky. We've all seen the Rocky movies, right? We see those things. I can walk through halfway through a Rocky movie, and he's in the middle of the fight, and I'm still hoping he wins. We go to a fight, we're like, oh, come on, Rocky, you can win, you can win. It doesn't matter when it's on. But in one of the fights, Rocky 3, I think it was, I can't remember exactly, he wasn't into it. He wasn't ready to fight, but he kept telling his trainer, Mickey, that he was. And Mickey says, you're not ready for this fight. He said, yeah, I am. He said, you're not even putting in the work. He said, no, yeah, I'm putting in the work. He said, no, you're not. You're going to train 45,000 minutes. Back then it was a 15-round fight for 45 minutes. See, fighters, they don't train two rounds for a 12-round fight. They'll train to go 30 rounds for a 12-round, hoping it only goes 2. But so many times we're going after our dreams and our goals, and what we're doing is we're doing it for this amount of time to want us to get us to over there. You got to put in the work. And I think the last thing you got to do is surround yourself with people that are going your way. You know, I had to surround myself that with people going my way. So you have to. Tori surrounded herself with people that were going her way. And because she was doing that, because she did that, after the 9 months, I remember bringing her to the doctor. She was in labor. And she was pushing. And she said, Dad, it hurts. I said, Tori, just keep pushing. See, Joel Osteen said the hardest push is right before the birth of a dream. And after doing all that work, after the 9 months and going through the laughter and going to people laughing at her, she gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. And I remember saying to her, Dad, we did it. She said, Dad, we did it. And I said, Tori, you did it. You know, do you think she thought about all the people that made fun of her? No. Do you think she thought about all the people, the time she threw up? No. Do you think she thought about what her mother said about her? No. All she knew was she gave birth to her dream. And I want you to think for a minute, what's it like when you're going to give birth to your dream, when you're finally speaking in front of international? We heard some people that want to speak international. Or maybe you have a book you want to write. Or maybe you have a business you want to open. How's it going to feel? Is it going to matter what they say? So you're going to surround yourself with the believers and the doers, the dreamers and the thinkers. You're going to surround the people that are going your way. And I'll leave you with this, by Anthony Marsden. He said, never surrender your hopes and dreams to the faithful limitations others have placed on their own lives. The vision of your true destiny does not reside within the blinkered outlook of the naysayers and the dream prophets. Judge not by their words, but accept advice based on the evidence of actual results. Don't be surprised should you find the complete lack of anything mystical or methodical in the manifested realities of those who are so eager to advise you. Friends and family who suffer a lack of abundance, joy, love, fulfillment, prosperity in their own life really have no business imposing their self-limited beliefs on your reality experience. My name's Roland Manny. I'm telling you this. Although some may see you as the crazy ones, we see genius. Thank you so much.
I love it. I love it. Let me come over here. Come on up. You heard it. I told you. Such a powerful speaker. I'm going to bring up my co-host, Felicia Shaw, Dr. Felicia Shaw. She's getting her microphone. What did we tell you? It's just speaker after speaker after speaker. And I was sitting back there watching the feed, and I saw so much information being posted by Roland Manny. Here's what I want you to do. Make sure you post your big takeaway. What was it that he said that really resonated with you? Post it in the feed. Hashtag Roland Manny, all one word. Hashtag Roland, R-O-L-A-N-D, Manny, M-A-N-N-Y. Why? Because your big takeaway could be someone else's big breakthrough. through. Now, Roland, how old is that granddaughter of yours now?
Oh, she just turned 8 years old.
You hear that?
Wow.
Just turned 8 years old, and here's the thing: I've gotten a chance to meet her personally. And when I met her, I knew something immediately, that the world wouldn't be the same without her.
No, it hasn't been.
That it couldn't be, that she had a unique purpose. She was born for a reason and on purpose, with a purpose and for a purpose. And so she had to give birth to that dream. Man, that was powerful. Thank you so much. We're going to just chat it up about you.
Yes,
yeah.
we are.
Yeah.
You know, I love the fact that when his granddaughter was 3, and we talked about it before Roland got up here, of her knowing at 3 years old, able to quote Les Brown. And you think about that, if she's 3 years old now, the people that she meets, kindergarten,
yes, exactly,
primary school, who is she going to be able to change and motivate at this young age? We keep talking about the next generation.
Yes.
Don't sleep on those young ones. Out of the mouth of babes.
Out of the mouth of babes, right? You're never too old, you're never too young to teach, and you're never too old to learn. Right? And so that's powerful. She's a teacher and a motivator at 8 years old, and she'll be carrying that on to school. Why? Because he made the decision to think and listen positively when he was around her. He's created a positive influence on the world. But let me tell you what my big takeaway was. Listen to this. He said, even a dead fish can go with the flow.
How you gonna come up with mine?
You see what I'm saying? He said, the opposite of courage is not cowardice, it's conformity. It's going along with what everyone else is saying. It's doing what everybody else is doing. It's operating in the status quo. He said the opposite of courage is not cowardice, it's conformity. Why? Because even a dead fish can go with the flow. And so what I say is that you don't go with the flow, go where you're supposed to go. Right? Yeah.
That was so incredible. I mean, the feed blew
up. Yeah, when he put that in there.
When he had that out there. One of the great, Roland had so many great takeaways.
Yeah.
One of the great ones, and it just really resonated with me, was he said, you got to put people around you who support you. And knowing who those people are. And I know that you all are so supportive here for me. And that you have so many people in the feed who are supporting one another. So I really want you all to realize that if you see somebody on that feed, that they're putting something out there that you can relate to, connect with them.
Yes.
Connect with them. Send them a message. I think you can send people a message without being friends with them. So send them a message out there and connect with them. You know, we're all on the same. We're all on the same level.
Yes.
You're all here, just like we are here, investing in ourselves. And so you want to be with those like-minded people. So definitely go out there, connect with each other, build up your support network, because we need each other.
Absolutely.
We definitely need each other. I also want to point out also that as you're going out there putting great takeaways from Roland Manny in the feed, we also want you, as you're going out there, to continue to share and hashtag, this is Live Your Best Life 2017, so the hashtag is hashtag LYBL17.
Yes.
So don't want you to forget that. Definitely put it out there. Share on all your social media. If it's Instagram, if it's Snapchat, don't make me look like a puppy. Snapchat, if it's LinkedIn, Google Plus, Facebook, go out there, put it out there. We have so much great information. And then we also have the other webinars that are happening at the same time too. Right now.
So we have a live conference and a virtual conference with virtual speakers from across the country, even in different countries actually presenting right now. So this is even larger than what you see right here, because there's a whole nother conference going on of speakers from around the world doing their presentations from wherever they're at. It's at the virtual what is it? Watch virtual liveyourbestlife.com. So check that out. Watch Virtual, liveyourbestlife17.com. So we have a couple of different things going on right now as we speak. I think total we had over 40 speakers participating.
Yes.
If you're watching live, you get a chance to see a few, but there's a lot of them in our virtual conference that are posting in the feed. Now also, make sure you go over to Live Your Best Life Movement. That's where all the action is taking place, and we're posting comments. Share your comments over there as well. Live Your Best Life Movement. That's on Facebook. Just type in the search, Live Your Best Life Movement, and join the group. Share your information. Talk about the speakers. Tell us who you are and where you're from. We want to get to know you too.
And as you are out there on Live Your Best Life Movement, and we want you to take a picture next to the screen and put it out there, and we want to definitely give you a shout out, but also add where you're from. I know I was looking on the feed earlier, and we see people there from Zimbabwe.
Oh, you know, all over. France.
It's been incredible. And so we welcome you. Thank you for joining us. I know some of you, this is way past midnight. Yep. That's right. We're doing ussies, not selfies. It's an ussie.
That's right.
Got us in there. But we want you to do that and post it in the feed, because the greatest thing about this is that we share the information with one another. We don't have that crab mentality.
Not at all.
We need to help one another up. And so what's the best way to do that? Sharing that information. Don't keep it all to yourself. You need to share it. When you sow that seed into somebody else,
that's right,
you can help them grow to new levels. But the great thing is that you grow right along with them. I have found, Ruben, and I know that you have too, being a coach, being a teacher, that I get so much more in return as I'm sitting there sharing those lessons. So I encourage you all to definitely do the same.
Absolutely.
So we got somebody.
This next person, she is another one of my sisters. Now, we're not actually sisters, but you wouldn't know it, because one of the things about my younger sister, her name is Ramonda. She lives in Topeka, Kansas. She's bossy. You know what I'm saying? She's bossy. And one of the things about my adoptive sister, my new sister who brought her, came over and said, I'm your new sister. Not because of me, because of my mom, right? She said, I'm your mom. She's my new mom, so I got a second mom. And I was like, but wait. She's like, no. Right, and so I realized she's going to be bossy too. So, and she is, but you know what I love about her is that she has a message of authenticity.
Yes.
And it's life transformational. I mean, she is just so serious. She does great work. I remember getting a call from her saying, Ruben, she lives in Flint, Michigan, where they're having the water crisis.
Yeah.
And she said, Ruben, I want you to come to Flint. We're doing a youth thing at our church, and I want you to come and bring some of the speakers, and let's do it at a youth event. And I said, absolutely. We did it the first year, then you went back with us the next time we went.
Yes.
And she has a heart for helping.
A servant heart.
A heart for helping. And so if you're in the feed right now, you have to hear her story. You have to hear her. And so she came here today. She said, Ruben, I'm flying in just to help. I said, thank you. I appreciate you being willing to help. But there's a few people out there that want to hear from you. And so I said, I'm going to need you to hear from you. And she said, no. I'm not speaking. And I said, no.
It was really cute when she said that.
And she said it again. And then I said, you don't have to speak, but when you don't, believe me, I got the mic. So I'm going to go up front and I'm going to just wear you out. And so she looked at me. She's looking at me right now, but it doesn't matter. I still have the mic. And so I won.
But you know what? One of the things that I share with her, and I'm going to tell it, because I'm here with the mic too. I can't outrun her today, but I'm going to tell it anyway, is that when she had this conference in Flint for the youth, we had a young lady. Now it was because of her coordination efforts and pulling us together that conference happened.
Yes.
And because she did that, there was a young lady that was there. She wasn't planning on attending.
Right.
She came to volunteer and help pass out water bottles to families. And so we said, well, come on in. And she did. And her mother was there with her. And she said she was thinking about taking her life. This was a teen, okay, thinking about taking her life. But because we were there, because she put on this conference, that girl is here today and doing more things to inspire others. So the woman that you have coming here right now is an inspiration to me and so many others. She's got a powerful story that you all need to hear life-changing, life-saving.
Drew Carey, Price is Right, come on down.
Yes.
Here she is.
Yes.
This is none other than my sister, Mrs. Robin Shirell Williams from Flint, Michigan. Robin, thank you so much for coming up and sharing your story and being what
We had no choice. She had no choice.
Yeah. And she wants to do it anyway. But I like that. I like that, though. And you know what I love about her is because she said, Ruben, it's not important for me to be in front of the camera. It's important for me to help out. And I said, you know what? I know that. And that's what I like about you, is that you're not just here for show. You're really here to help. And so we're going to turn the floor over to you, and you do what you do, and we'll be back up. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale Carnegie once said that a person's name is to that person the sweetest sound that they could hear in any language. And I'm the same. It's no different for me. My name actually gives me power. So if you're watching out there in virtual land, I want you to just put my name in the feed, #Robin. And for those of you that are here with me live, I need you to just say it with me. Robin.
Robin.
Say it again. Robin.
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 Robin. Robin. Robin. Robin.
That's exactly the way that they were calling my name as they were beating on my chest, wheeling me out of church in an ambulance after I had attempted to take my life for the second time in 2009. You see, in 2009, I had got to a place where I had encountered a roadblock in life, and I was done. I had decided, like she spoke about the young lady, I had decided that I just didn't want to be here anymore, that if this was all that life had to offer, I didn't want it. You see, at that point in my life, I was focused on the wrong things. I was magnifying the misery in my life. All that I could think about was what was wrong, was what I perceived to be wrong. And see, I learned something. When you magnify the misery, it traps you in the past. It makes you miss the present, and it robs you of your future. And for me, in 2009, because all I could do was magnify the misery in my life, that's all that I could think about, I almost robbed myself of a future. You see, in 2009, I knew I had a problem, but I was afraid to get help. In 2009, I was diagnosed with clinical depression. That was a major roadblock for me. I mean, imagine being mid-career, working for a great company, had a great family support system of friends, but while I was a public success, I was this private failure, and I was fighting this battle that even those closest to me knew nothing about. And not only was I fighting it, but I was losing. You see, it had been something that I had been dealing with since my early college days. And I had just got to the point where I was absolutely tired of fighting. I had came to that roadblock in the road. Now, when we face roadblocks when we're driving, we don't just stop, get out the car, and give up. We think about what our destination is, and we set an alternate path, and we go around. But at that point in my life, when I faced that roadblock, when I was given that diagnosis, for me, at that time in life, all I wanted was the pain to end, and I just wanted to quit. And so I was so trapped. I was so focused on the misery. I was focusing on the wrong things, and that roadblock almost took me out. But now, luckily for me, I was a failure at that, and it's probably one of the failures that I am most excited about in life, because I failed at it not once but twice. So because of that failure, I'm actually here to tell you and to share this message on how to move beyond the roadblocks in life. So the first thing that you need to do to get beyond the roadblocks is focus on the desired outcome. You see, I heard it was Les Brown that says, whatever you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. And someone else said, whatever you focus on grows. And because I was focusing on the diagnosis and I was focusing on the misery in my life, that's all that I saw. I couldn't even think about all the great things that I had going on. So I had to change my focus. I had to start to learn how to think about what it was that I actually wanted out of life. What did I want to do? What did I want to accomplish? What did I want to be when I grow up, so to speak, is where I was. So I had to learn how to focus on the desired outcome. The second thing that I had to learn how to do was invest positively in me. Now, if you've been with us all day, one of the earlier speakers you heard was Kathy Barton Brown. And Kathy was the first personal investment that I made in myself. Kathy was my therapist. And because of that willingness to invest in myself, you know, I heard someone say, be strong enough to stand alone, smart enough to know when you need help, and brave enough to ask for it. Now that system, it threw me into the system to where I was actually going to get the help that I needed. But in seeking that help, I ran into this jewel of a person, Kathy Barton Brown, and she was part of what I called my dream team. And that initial investment is what got me to the point where I'm standing here before you today. She was the bridge, that investment that got me to a place where I could meet the Reuben West, and that I could get before you, that I could understand that through that mess in my life, that there was that message, that through that test that I survived, that I did actually have a testimony. So you have to be willing to invest positively in yourself. Another key thing that I learned was that I had to guard my gates. And you may be thinking, what is guard your gates? Your gates are your eyes and your ears. It's how you allow things into your heart, into your mind, into your spirit. And see, I was very loose with my gates at that time. I was watching any and everything on TV, and I was listening to music that wasn't positive, it wasn't edifying. It was all that it was doing was helping me to focus on the bad things that were happening in life, in society, and in my mind. And see, one thing about living with clinical depression is that no matter what's going on around you, there's this little track that's playing in the back of your mind. And every flaw that you perceive about yourself, every negative thought that you could think, in my case, that was the loudest thing that was playing in my head. And because I wasn't guarding my gates, because I wasn't conscious about what I was allowing into my space, I was feeding into that negativity. Now I want you to think about for a minute, when you go into a bank, where do they keep the most valuable things in the bank? In the vault. They're in the vault. And everybody doesn't have access to what's kept in the vault. You have to have special permissions, special passes to walk in the vault. Now, I want you to know that what's in your heart, what's in your mind, isn't it more valuable than anything that they could ever possibly have in a bank vault? But we're so loose with our gates, with what we allow into our space, because we seem to think that those things are just entertainment. But it's not just entertainment. Everything that we watch, everything that you listen to, it's making an impression upon your mind and in your brain. You're planting a seed. Is it a seed that's going to yield a harvest that you're going to be proud of? Is it a seed that's going to yield a harvest that's going to move you to the next level in life? Is it a seed that's going to help you accomplish that dream, that desire, that goal that's been placed down deep inside of you? If it's not doing that, I submit to you, then you also need to change the way that you're guarding your gates. For me, I had to take a drastic step. I had to cut my cable off. I erased everything that was on my iPod. I started listening to only things that were positive in nature, things that were going to help me not only deal and manage with the clinical depression, but help me focus on more positive things in life. The next thing that I need you to learn how to do is to help somebody else. You see, even no matter how bad your situation is, no matter what you think is wrong in your life, there's always someone that's in a worse position than you are. And when you are willing to step outside of yourself and help someone else, it moves you into a place of gratitude. It changes your perspective even on your own situation, and it helps you to see that you have of value. And one of the things that you are needed, one of the things that I struggled with at that point in dealing with the depression was I didn't see any value to my life and to the things that I was going through. I didn't see where I had accomplished anything worthwhile and that there really was no need for me to still be here. But I was put in a position where I had the opportunity to volunteer at my church and volunteer in my community and work with the young people through our Kingdom Youth Summit that we held, and to work in the community with our pop-up market to help address the water crisis. And because I was put in a position where I was helping someone else and I wasn't focused on Robin and the things that were going on in Robin's life, because I took the focus off of me and I stepped outside of myself and was willing to help somebody else, then I began to smile for a different reason, because I was no longer concerned about all of the things in Robin's life, but I was concerned about making my community a better place. So I need you to think about helping somebody else. Thank you. And then the last thing I need you to know is to trust the process. You've heard that earlier today. You've heard trust the process. What is it that I've learned about the process? The process is that I heard somebody say in life, you're either leaving a storm, going through a storm, or headed for a storm. And for me, understanding that life was never designed to be easy, that every time I faced a different challenge, every time I exceeded or every time I accomplished one goal, that in order for me to move to a new level in life, that there was going to be a different challenge. Now, your challenge may not be clinical depression. Your challenge may be a financial issue. It could be grief and dealing with a loss of a loved one or a child or a job that you may even just hate. Whatever the challenge is in your life, I need you to know and understand that it's part of a process and that you just have to trust that process. For me, one of the things in dealing with the depression was I'm a Christian. And I struggled with my faith in depression. How can I possibly be depressed and love God at the same time? But then someone reminded me of what the Word of God says when it says all things work together for the good of them who love the Lord, for those that are called according to his purpose. And in that all things, that meant that clinical depression, that thing that I thought was designed to take me out, was actually designed to strengthen me, to strengthen my faith, to strengthen my resolve, to help put me in a position where I could share my story to help someone else. And thank you. So I need you to trust the process. So we talked about focusing on the desired outcome, investing positively in you, guarding your gates, helping someone else, and trusting the process. Those are steps that you need to move beyond the roadblocks in life. Back then in 2009, when I attempted that second suicide and they were beating on my chest, they were calling my name. Right now, life is calling your name. How are you going to answer the call? Thank you.
She said, listen, let me recap that. I'm going to give you my takeaway right now. She said, back then, when they were beating on my chest, she said they were calling my name. She said, right now, though, life is calling yours. The question is, how are you going to answer the call? Watch out now. I told you, give her a hand again. Give her a hand again. Robin, tell them how they can get in touch with you. Matter of fact, give them the website, your website, where they can go and get some of your powerful information. Yes.
Yes, so you can connect with me on my website at beyondtheroadblocks.com.
There it is, www.beyondtheroadblocks.com. Somebody put that in the feed, please, www.beyondtheroadblocks.com. One more time, www.beyondtheroadblocks.com. theroadblocks.com. Thank you, Robin. I'm going to bring up my friend Roland Manning. We're going to give a few takeaways from you. There you have it. Make sure whatever your takeaway was, I saw people posting in the feed, make sure you put hashtag Robin so she could go back and see that life called her name for a reason, that she could go back and realize that she was called for this, that we needed her, that when she came up and spoke today, it wasn't for her, it was for the people who needed her. When they were beating on her chest and reviving her, it wasn't so that they could just bring her back to life, but that she can use her life to inspire someone else in their endeavor for life. So, Roland, what was your takeaway from Robin?
Once again, there were so many. And
Right.
Her stories just changes people's lives. But one of the things that she had to make some changes in her life, she said, I disconnected the cable.
Yeah.
I took everything off my iPhone. I took everything off my iPad. I took everything off my iPod. I didn't listen to the news anymore. Got the negative people out of her life.
Yes.
And I think so many times it goes back to talking about the garbage in, garbage stays in.
Yeah.
And I think that is such an important thing to do. And look what it did. It changed their life. You know, I don't know why people watch the news, because news stands for not even worth sharing.
Exactly.
Not even worth saying. So when she got that out of her life, it improved their life. You know, that was one of the one of them. And the other one was, she said, even if you're in pain, to help somebody else, because there's somebody else that's going through the worst pain than you are. And I thought that was, instead of why me, and being a victim, and she became a victor instead of a victim.
Yeah.
And changed her life and other people's.
Very powerful. You know, what I love that she said was her fight system, right? That you had to focus on the desired outcome, not just focus on an outcome. Because so many times we're going through things and we're seeing how it's going to end up. We're saying, well, I see where this is going to go. No, don't focus on where it's going to go. Focus on where you want it to go. Focus on the desired outcome. We can all use that lesson to focus on where we want it to go. And then she said, invest positively in yourself. You know, it's interesting when we go to the movies and we go to concerts and things like that, and we're watching TV. Guess what? When you're watching TV, you're watching someone else live their dream.
Yes.
That's their dream. They wanted to be a TV star, or they wanted to be a movie star, or they wanted to be a professional athlete, and now we're watching them live their dream. But what she said is invest positively in yourself. Invest in your dream.
Yep.
I thought that was great. And then, I don't want to quote her whole thing, but the next thing she said was, guard your gates. You know, that's so important, because I look at it like this. I remember them telling a military story where there was a van setting out there, and the guys were standing there watching this van. It was unusual because it was an unmarked van. And the next thing you know, the van fired up its engine and was coming forward. And they literally had to open fire to neutralize this van, to stop this van. And the van had explosives in it. And what they were trying to do was to do damage. But the only thing that kept them out is they had the gates guarded. They had a system to think, wait a minute, we're not going to let anyone through this gate. In order to get through this gate, you're going to have the right credentials, that you just can't come through here. So they had in their mind ahead of time that they were going to guard their gates. Robin said, look, here's what you got to do. That you've got to guard your gate. There's people who are trying to get in. They're trying to get their message in. They are trying to get to you. They know that if they can control your mind, they can control you. But she said that what she had to do to get beyond the roadblocks was to make a decision that I'm going to change some things. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm not going to partake in that. And are we telling you not to do it? No. What we're telling you to do is whatever you have to do. What I love about it is that she was willing to cut off the cable. Yeah. She was willing to do whatever it took. If it meant stop looking at the news, great, I'm going to stop looking at it. Why? Because she realized that she had clinical depression, and the news affected her differently than it did everyone else. And so that's important, because some people can do some things that you can't do. And guess what you do? You just let them do it. But you got to do what they call do you. Right? You got to make it work for you. And so I'm not going to quote her whole thing. I'm sure you guys put it in the feed. But for me, every single thing she said was powerful, because she went from wanting to take her life to now wanting to take her life to the next level. And she's doing that. So Robin, I commend you. If you're out there, make sure you go to her page, beyondtheroadblocks.com, and remember what she said to you, and she said it to us too. Then they were calling her name. Now life is calling ours. Are we going to answer the call? And my answer to that is yes.
I love what you said. What she said about guarding the gates, and something that I heard, and I'm sure you've heard it too, is I don't know anybody, and maybe you do, maybe some people out here do, that'll just let somebody go in their home or what they value and just take whatever they want. No one's going to allow somebody to go into their home and take whatever they want.
No.
You're going to fight for what, you're going to
Of course.
fight to keep them out. But why is it we let them into our minds who it's much more valuable than anything you're going to find in a house? So we would never let a thief enter our house, but we end up letting thieves enter our mind and steal our dreams and our goals. And what she said about God in the gate, that'll never happen.
Wow. Like, you know, I told you, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We have two. Everybody say two. Two. We have two more speakers. We're bringing up this next speaker. You've seen her up here with us today. She is amazing. I co-host a show with her in Bloomington, Illinois. It is called Minding My Business. She is so powerful. She's so authentic. She has a very powerful message. And what I love about her is that she values balance. She is known as the balance expert. And she teaches her clients how to maintain this balance. But she has a message for us today.
Yes.
To share with us today. And so you already know me. You know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be going back and getting my pen and paper out because I have to remember these things that these speakers are saying. The mind is for thinking, notes are to remember, and the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. So I have my hand. I'm going to get my pen ready. Dr. Felicia Shaw, take it over.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I went to a show one time. Many of you may have been to the same show where you get your popcorn, you got your soda water. Yes, I got family from down south. I called it soda water. And you sit down and the lights go down. And all of a sudden, in that center ring, you hear the voice. And it's the ringmaster. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, join me now as we go to our next amazing feat." And then the spotlight goes up and you follow. And you see this beautiful little petite flower. And she's on that tight wire. And she starts out and she starts with this little walk. And you're wondering because she doesn't have a net. But yet she walks all the way across with wobbling with her. She kind of puts her hands out to balance. And then she comes on back. But when she makes it back, you think, whoo, and you give an applause because she made it. And then, I'm going to use my cane. She takes what she calls to help her balance a little bit, and then she goes ahead and gets ready to get started. But whoa! They put something on her head. They put a bunch of plates on her head. Something else that she has to balance just when you thought you made it through. So then she goes ahead and puts her foot out there and just so delicately, so sweetly, taking her time, working it out. She gets all the way across. And then she came back backwards because she made it over that hurdle. And we're like, whoa, all right. And the applause goes and the crowd goes wild. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I think you and I can relate on this one, right? She took her rod and they had the nerve to put something on both ends. They set it on fire. They set it on fire. Have you ever felt like your life is that way? I've gone through, I've finally figured it out, how to balance this, how to make this work. I went across and I've come back, and then they added something else to my plate. Balance? It's not an act. Not unless you choose for your life to be like a circus every day. And I don't think everybody wants to live in a circus every day. There is so much to balance. Do you know, I've been dubbed the balance expert because I have a few things on my plate. Just like Dr. West said, I have the opportunity to do a radio show with him. I've written a couple of best-selling books. I've even done a CD, a motivational book, and a song on YouTube called I Am Enough. So you can go out there and check it out and like it because I'm sensitive. I also work in the corporate world full-time. I have a business called Simply in Your Purpose. I have a wonderful husband of 22 years, hot chocolate chip cookie in my eye, and I'm a mom, I'm an aunt, and I get to do things in the community. So I do a few things, but they align with me. They're the things that make my heart sing, but it wasn't always that way. Just like that woman on that tightrope. It used to be that I was doing everything that everybody else wanted me to do. I was doing the things that they said, the things that you were supposed to do. That you're supposed to have this type of home, right? You're supposed to be involved in this type of relationship and work at this type of place. And you had to have your degree from here, and you got to have these certifications. And you got to be on the usher board or whatever you're doing in church. And oh, your child, they just can't be a child. They've got to be in this activity and there. And you're running yourself ragged, and you're thinking you're doing all the right things. I was like a hamster on a wheel with my hair on fire, going nowhere fast. And the bigger piece, I felt unfulfilled. So this message is for you, that you feel that you're doing all these things, you're exhausted, and yet you feel unfulfilled. This message is for you if you think, I got way too much going on. What's next for me? I don't know. I had a woman that sat in a seminar, and I said, I want you to write out the things that you like doing, the things that you enjoy doing. I just want you to write 3 things down. And I still remember that she didn't write anything down because she said, I don't know myself anymore. I don't know what I like anymore. All I know is I'm just running. It's the kids, it's my husband, it's my job, it's the PTO board, it's everything else but me. I don't know who I am. And it was at that moment I said, oh, not on my watch. We're not doing this again. I created a program a long time ago, and it's called the Balance Elevator, where I take people from the first floor to the penthouse. But there are some people that are still in the basement. They can't even get up to the first floor. And so, in this short time, I'm going to share with you a few keys to get you at least to that first floor. Does that work for you? Good, because I'm not waiting for the okay, because we're all going to get there. And the thing is that I've been there too. Tired. So, one of those things, the very first key in getting up at least to the first floor is to know you, to do you. And a part of that is putting yourself back into your own story. We've taken ourselves out by taking everything that everybody else wants for us, but we didn't take time to see what it was for ourselves. And so one of those things that I want you to do is to really think about what things are important to you. What things are valuable for you? I was reading a lot on this before I came out here on balance. Now, balance is supposed to be something that you try to equal things out. And then, as I continued to read from huge resources, it told me, well, to be balanced, you have to have these 5 areas of life. Your spiritual, your financial, your mental, your emotional, your physical. Then I read another, it said, another one said, here's the 13 things to balance. Another one had, you got to have these 20 aspects. I said, I don't have time for 20 personalities. So, what it gets down to is you need to look at what are the things that's important to you in life. It may be health. It may be family. It may be your children. You know, as I think about Roland and how he talked about his daughter, children wasn't on a list before she was 15. But now that needs to be one of those top priority things that she has out there. So I want you to really think about it right now. You know what? I'm feeling generous. 5. You can't have more than that. But the 5 things that'll be your top priority of what's important in your core value system to you. Not what because somebody said to do. Not because, this is the right thing to do. But for real, what is it for you? And I want you to write those things down and prioritize it, because everything can't be a priority. When you make everything a priority, nothing gets done. So true, Monique. Nothing gets done. So you put those things down. Now, after you put those things down, that other part that I want you to do is to think about, if I could look at your calendar and I could look at your wallet, do those things match? Do they match? Is that how you're spending your time, and is that how you're spending your money? Because how you spend your time and money, that's what's important to you. Those are your most valued things. And this isn't a right or wrong thing. This is right now just to let you know, building awareness. Because I'll tell you, I'm a God girl, and I said it 5 years ago until I had to do this test for Felicia. And Felicia did it, and I was like, oh, I wasn't doing my tithes all the time, because I was like, well, you know, after I paid taxes and after I paid these bills. And then I said, oh, and when I get up in the morning, that's when I got up on time and enough time to go to work that I read the scripture. And sometimes I fell asleep. It just came down to when I had to look at how I was spending my time and money. And this is nothing against anybody. This was for Felicia. Can I be real about that? Because that's the only thing I know how to do. That was a big awareness. So I had to make changes. So if that's what's going on and you got to make changes, then you got to make changes. But remember, you're doing this for you. What's for you? Not what everybody else is saying, what's for you. And when you find those things that's for you, then you can start making a goal towards it. Make a goal towards it. So if you're saying, hey, maybe physical health is one, make a goal of what you want to do and make it a SMART goal. Now, SMART goals, you have to Google that. I'm not going through it because, you know, that'll be a whole nother session and I like to talk. So make it a SMART goal. And then you make a plan to get there. You make a plan to get there. And you celebrate along the way. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this, and remember I said we want to put you back into your story, is because when you have a goal, when you have something that you're working towards, then you don't take on the baggage of everybody else. Let me give you an example. I got a feeling there's some people out there that wear an S on their chest like me. Double S, super server. You know, the cape flying in the air, right? Super server. And has anybody else besides me ever had somebody to ask them to do something and then you said yes and you were mad? And mad at yourself only? Right. We're mad about it. You're mad because you said yes, but a lot of times we say yes because we don't put things out there for ourselves. So you need to schedule your success and put yourself back into your story. So I'm a communicator at a Fortune 50 company. I'm going to tell you this one more time, one more again. Find out what's in your core, those 5 things, right? Prioritize them, because you can't do everything, right? I hope you all are saying right and shaking your head with me, because I'm going along with this. Then you make a goal to make sure that you're reaching those things. Put a plan of action in a place to get there, and then celebrate along the way. You don't have to wait till you lose 30 pounds. Celebrate the 1 pound, not by eating chocolate cake. Maybe you can buy that blouse or those shoes or something like that. But celebrate along the way and put yourself back into your story. That way, when people ask you to do things, you don't say yes as often. You can't please everybody all the time. If you do, I want to join on, and I'm just playing, I don't want to join on a list, but you cannot please everybody. You shouldn't try to please everyone. No is a complete sentence. So once you have this in place, you're going to have to start saying the word no. And there's nice ways to say no, and quit giving people explanations. No is no. It's a complete sentence. I mean, I've had people to ask me things, and maybe it's because I'm in my 40s now. I'm proud of it too. I have people saying, "Oh, you know what? You would be great on this committee," and I get to say, "Oh, thank you for thinking of me, but no." I can sing no, 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 no. Okay, but that's not the gift we're talking about, right? 2-year-olds say no all the time, and they don't feel guilty about it. I want you to pick up this shoe. Now? I need you to go over here. Now? No, Mommy, no. So you need to learn the word no, and you don't have to have a big explanation, and you don't have to feel guilty about it. And that's including at work. Now, I don't want you going to your boss or the CEO saying, "Felicia said no." That's not what I'm saying. There's different ways to talk to people and say no and be safe in your space. And a lot of that is level setting. Set those expectations right up front. I told you I work at a Fortune 50 company. I don't know if my AVP is watching right now, but I'm going to tell you in a minute. You ask me to do something, oh, I need it right away. And I'll look at the list and say, well, these are the 2 things that we planned on getting accomplished. Which of these 2 do you want done? Well, we need it all done. I understand that, but we're going to do it in order because I want to give you my best. Which one would you prefer that we get done first? And then I just look. Because you're not going to have me up to midnight. And if I do work for you at midnight, it's not going to look pretty. So it's just the real talk here, right? You've got to be willing to say no and preserve your time and energy. That's leading me to this other key. And that is, with balance, is trying to pull less on your time and pull more on your resources, the things that are around you. You don't need to wear that super S on your chest. A lot of times, what do we say? If you want something done right, you do it yourself. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie, because a lot of those things are done already. It can get done right, but you have to be willing to let somebody do it and consider it to be an investment that you are teaching them how to fish and grow to newer levels. How dare you be selfish and keep it to yourself? It may take a little longer. It may not come out 100%, but let's help each other in that. So let someone help you. Find those resources around you and that support network around you. And be okay with, if it doesn't get done, it'll be okay. Because if you're in a hospital somewhere because you've worn yourself out, it's not going to get done. At my household, the Felicia Shaw household, we eat on paper plates. Don't come to my house expecting china. It's a lived-in house. It's not nasty or dirty, okay? But it is a lived-in house, and you're getting to eat off paper plates. I don't have time. I don't have time. I took that S off my chest. And what's interesting about this is you all have seen me walking gingerly. Sometimes it's hard for us to accept help from other people. It's hard. We don't want to because of what they may think, or, maybe I can do these things, but I found I had to take help. Let me tell you, last year, and I shared a little bit about it, I was going along and writing books and speaking and getting ready to go on a TEDx stage, and found out I had to have a major surgery. I was having a cycle that cycles didn't end. I had fibroids that was bigger than my uterus. Y'all grown, you can handle it. If you over 5, you heard the word uterus. I said it. So, can I just keep it real? And they had to do surgery because it was just, the side effects were horrible. It was just really making me sick. And when they went in and did this surgery, they said the surgery was successful, but we found cancer. How do you say surgery successful and cancer in the same sentence? So we're recommending another surgery because the cancer you had feeds off of hormones. So they had to do a second surgery. So I went ahead and I still spoke at TEDx. I spoke 5 more times because somebody needed to hear that message. That was my wake-up call. And I had that done. And it was successful. After that, they told me, you are cancer-free. And then earlier, yes, that is time to celebrate, right? That was a wonderful Christmas present for me. But afterwards, at the beginning of the year, I was still limping severely. And they did some x-rays, and they saw that my hips, it had deteriorated, the joints in my hips. It was deteriorating on both sides. And they couldn't figure out what it was, doing all sorts of tests and physical therapy. And then afterwards, they turned around and because I was hurting in my wrist, both sides, they were like, oh, this looks like rheumatoid arthritis. We don't want you to have it because it's not a cure, but it is treatable and we'll know what to treat. And so that's what they found out, that I had that. And so here you see my cane. So when you see these gentlemen helping me back and forth, it's because I have to walk a little bit softer. Now, I'm a woman that's a little independent. If I need it done, I'm going to get it done. I'm every woman. I try to be every woman. My family might say I'm civil with a lot of personalities, but I thought I was being every woman. But just to get back to it, there were things that I got to a point that I couldn't do any longer on my own. I had to accept help. And it's been such a blessing for some people out there. If you don't understand what I'm saying, my husband, I have been married over 20 years and I didn't even understand how to let him help me. But yet he took pride in being able to help me to get up the stairs, to open things for me. He loves to provide and protect for me. And my son sees it. And my daughter, that's my niece, but she's like my daughter, she sees that also. And they love to help. And I had to learn to accept help from other people that said, hey, do you mind me giving you dinner one time or doing this for you? And it has helped me so much. The things I wouldn't have seen had I not let them help me. The things I wouldn't have seen had I been in a sit-still moment. So letting people help you, talking to people and letting them know that you need help is a big part of balance. You don't have to do it all, and definitely not alone. We weren't meant to do things alone. So accept the help. Accept the help. Now, that was a long way for me to get around to what is balance for you. But I'm hoping that at least those couple of things will get you from the basement at least up to the first floor. And then we can gradually make our way on up to the penthouse. Now, there's another piece of balance, too. And you heard so many speakers here talking about the things that they're living out their passion, and it could come from different things, and or the light bulb goes off. They're walking in their purpose. And that's a huge one, that when you begin to walk in your purpose, when you walk in your light, you know the direction that you're going. You don't go to the left, you don't go to the right. You know the path that you're on. And that's a big part of balance. I don't have time to talk to you about it because they've already put up the card on me. I don't know why they gave me a mic and then they're going to put up a card. But I got to be disciplined. So I don't have time to talk about purpose, but I do have a free book for you. And so for those of you who can text for free, I don't want you sending me your phone bill. I want you to text to the number 309-319-6735. Let me repeat that number. 309-319-6735. Text the word purpose, P-U-R-P-O-S-E. And that way you get my book on purpose so that you can begin to walk in your purpose. And when you do, that brings a great sense of balance. Balance is different for everybody. It's not the same. Quit trying to keep up with the Joneses. A lot of people wear masks on their faces. You don't see what's happening. You don't want to walk in their shoes. When that door is closed, wait a minute, can I talk to my ladies? Guys, I don't know if this relates to you, so be it. You get home, you done took off the brassiere, you done took off these hosiery, the shoes off. You get comfortable and let the real me begin. Notice what I said, the real me. You're looking at people on screen. Oh, they look balanced like they got it all together. And then they just let the hot mess start when they get home. Don't try to follow those other people. Balance is different for everybody. There's no 100% balance. This year, just like Les was talking about, I've got to focus more on my health. Yes, I had to change my eating. 50% vegetables, more water, different things like that. So it's different for everybody, but know what's important for you. So again, put you back into your story. Learn to say no because you can say no more often now, right? Yes. Okay, I was waiting on that. Schedule time for your success too. And I didn't tell you about that. When you make these plans, put that time in, but also put yourself in. Schedule 17 minutes a day. 17 minutes a day and call it me time. Call it me time. Felicia, where am I going to find this time? I'm doing this, that, and the other. You made your schedule, change it. I said it. You made your schedule, so change it. And then here's the kicker. For people in your house, the people, that's what I call them in my house, the peoples. Let them have me time too. You'll be amazed with children. They'll be like, "Oop, this is my me time." They'll tell you in a minute, for 17 minutes a day. So putting yourself back in there. And those things, when you put yourself back into your story, when you schedule time for your success, you start to have more balance in your life. So I hope this was valuable for you. If you have more questions for me, I'm Felicia at simplyinyourpurpose.com. That's Felicia, Felicia, at simplyinyourpurpose.com. And that way, you can send me a message, talk to me, and let's get you on up to the penthouse. Thank you so much for sharing this time. It's time to bring up Ruben and Roland. Ruben and Roland.
You heard it. The balance expert, Dr. Felicia Shaw. Tell them one more time where they can get in touch with you.
Felicia at simplyinyourpurpose.com. That's the name of my company, Simply in Your Purpose.
There you have it, Felicia at simplyinyourpurpose.com.
Oh, can I tell them too? On Facebook, since they're on Facebook?
Yeah.
Simply in Your Purpose, I put out balance tips every day.
Every day. Get that tip every day, and they go to Simply in Your Purpose on Facebook. Just type it into the search.
Simply in Your Purpose.
Thank you so much. We
You putting me
appreciate you. Hey, we're going to
You gave me my...
catch you up. It's her time.
Hear what you all got.
So, like we talked about earlier, we have a divine assignment. What we're supposed to do with our life, it was given to us to do. And people are brought into your life for a divine alignment so you can accomplish that. And I wouldn't be here today, and really none of us would be here today. None of us would know each other. Some people might be speaking, some might not, because you haven't believed in yourself yet, because you didn't have somebody like him. And he's going to deliver such a powerful message. I'm going to go back there and take some notes. So, Dr. Ruben West, it's a pleasure to be your friend, and appreciate you so much, man. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm going to bring up the rear. I'm going to be the last speaker of this event, and then I'm going to bring the speakers that are still here back up on stage so that we can share a closing message for you. But wherever you are right now, whatever you're doing right now, I want you to get a pen and paper out. I want to share this message with you. And so you know the name of this event. The name of this event is Live Your Best Life. Write that down. Live Your Best Life. The reason you write it down is because you're speaking to your subconscious. Remember, I told you the hand is a digital recorder for the mind. You're speaking to your subconscious, that we have to create a level of belief for ourselves. And so this is important to write these things down. Now, I'm going to give you this quote, and I want you to put it in the feed, and I want you to remember this. The greatest tragedy in life is running into the person that you were supposed to become. Now, this is powerful. You've heard it said in other ways. Listen to this. I'm telling you, write it down in the feed right now. Record it on your paper, right? The hand is a digital recorder for the mind. The greatest tragedy in life is running into the person that you were supposed to become. That there's a version of you already ready for you. They're waiting for you. And you get a chance to run into that person. And I'm going to tell you, I know firsthand Because I wouldn't be standing here if I hadn't ran into a few people that helped me become the person I am today. And so how do you do that? How do you become the person that you're supposed to become? How do you become the person that you're destined to become? I think there's a couple of different ways you do it. And I think what I'm going to do is just share with you some of the things that I believe that it takes to do that. And the first thing I want you to put down, and I want you to put hashtag Reuben West, and I just want you to put down give first. Everybody in here say give first. Now, you've heard them say that. I hope you wrote it down. Maybe you even said that where you're at. And I want you to picture this. I am waiting on the airplane. I'm about to take a flight. It was a Southwest flight. And, you know, Southwest boards by groups. I was in Group A, and that's the group you want to be in. But the problem was I was hungry. And so even though I was Group A, I was waiting over at the sandwich line to get me a sandwich. Now, they started calling the plane. And they said, Group A, line up. And so I looked at my ticket, and I was Group A, but check this out. I hadn't eaten all day. And so I was trying to decide, wait a minute, do I get the prime seat on the plane, or do I get this sandwich? And my stomach was growling. Y'all know how it is when you're hungry. And I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm willing to be in Group B to get this sandwich, right? And so I'm in the line. There's about 6 people in the line, and they're calling names. They're calling groups. And they went to Group B, and now Group B is going, and I'm still waiting, but I'm moving forward, and now there's about 4 people in front of me. Well, one of the gentlemen who's going to be on the flight, we were talking, he's already gotten his sandwich, and he's walking off, and I'm like, wow, he's got his sandwich. I should have given him some money. And he could have got my sandwich, but I didn't. So I'm waiting in line. Now they've skipped Group A, they're past Group B, and now they're calling Group C. I've given up my prime position because I want to get this sandwich. I'm hungry. Y'all know how it is when you're hungry. And then they said, look, this is the last call. And I'm looking, I'm saying, wait a minute, am I going to get this sandwich, or am I going to get on this plane? I'm making a decision right now. I'm either going to get this sandwich, or I'm going to get on this plane. And I realized I got to get on the plane. And so I went over and I got on the plane. I walked down the runway and I was like, man, I wish I would have got that sandwich. And I had asked him to save me a seat, and he did. And so I climbed in. He wanted the aisle. I'm sitting by the window. And he starts opening up this sandwich. And I'm looking over like, he's going to eat this sandwich? And I'm trying to be discreet, but you know how it is when you're hungry. I was like, let me just catch a glimpse of the sandwich. Let me just catch a glimpse of the sandwich, and maybe this will just hold me over until we get to our next stop. And so I looked over at him, and he looked at me, looking at him with the sandwich, and I just turned away. And he said, hey, man, let me ask you, do you want some of this sandwich? Do you want half of this sandwich? And I said, no. Right? I was shaking my head, yes, but I said no. I said, well, yeah. He said, listen, you can have half my sandwich. I said, really? And so he tore the sandwich in half and he gave it to me. And I'm going to tell you something. It was the best sandwich I've ever had. Food always tastes better 2 times. Number 1, when you're hungry, and number 2 is when it's free. And this was both. I was hungry and it was free. I was eating this sandwich. And so we took off in the plane and we got to cruising altitude. And then they started coming by serving drinks. And so they said, we're going to be coming by serving drinks. And so I just reached in my bag and I got my Southwest drink coupon. And I was excited, and they're coming down, taking orders. And she says to him, what would you like to drink, sir? And he's like, and he's looking around. And she said, is there a problem? He said, yeah, I thought I had a drink coupon and I can't find mine. And so I looked at my coupon and looked out the window. You know what I'm saying? I was like, don't look over at me. And then I looked back over again at him and I said, you know what? You can have my coupon. And he said, what? I said, you can have my coupon. And he said, you want me to have your drink coupon? I said, yes. Right? But I did give him the coupon. Now my question is, why did I give him the coupon? Because he gave first. See, if you want to make an impact in life, set the wheels of karma in your favor, you have to give first. Dr. Robert Cialdini, the professor from Arizona, he said in his Principles of Persuasion, the 6 principles, he said the number 1 principle is the law of reciprocity. That when you give to someone else, that they're inclined to give back to you. But what I believe is that when you give to anyone else, the universe is inclined to give back to you. But let me tell you the mistake we make. We make the mistake of giving to this person over here and waiting for them to give back to us. And the law never said that the person that you gave to was going to give back to you. No. It's not what it said. But we don't take the time to realize that the reason that we got this over here was because we gave over here. And so sometimes in order to take your life to the next level, that you just have to give first. I believe that we live in what I call the karma cafe. You get served what you deserve. And so when you're willing to give, life is willing to give back to you. But sometimes we're wondering, like, how much do I give? And so I don't have that answer for you, but here's what I know. That when you show up, other things show up. And I remember that I was a surgical tech. I passed instruments to the doctors, and I was in the Gulf War in 1991. And one of the surgeons said to me, he said, Ruben, I'm going to teach you how to assist. It's not 9 to 5 at war. And we may get a mass casualty situation. And so it would be great if you understood how you could better assist the surgeons. No problem. And so he got a chance to show me a few things. But in that difficult situation, I thought about something. That when I go back to Topeka, Kansas, I don't want to go back and just be a surgical tech. I want to go back and have a company where I can assist surgeons, where they can call me and say, Ruben, I have a heart procedure, come be my assistant. Or Ruben, I have a GYN procedure, come be the assistant. That was an idea I got. Now, here's what I'm going to ask you. You answer at home, you answer in the audience. Have you ever had an idea for a product, a service, an invention, and you thought it would be a great idea, but you had no idea how it would work, and so a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years later, you saw that very same idea, but somebody else brought it to fruition? Have you ever seen that? Good. This is the first thing I want you to write down. It's not what you think of. It's what you act on. See, I believe that thoughts have power and words have power. And so your thoughts are energy, right? And Newton's laws of physics says energy is never lost. It's only what? Transferred. And so when you're given that idea and you don't do anything with it, it's transferred to somebody else. And it may go through 10,000 people until somebody decides to take action. And so here's what I believe. T.D. Jakes said, we think in trees and God blesses us in seeds. See, listen to that. We think in trees and God blesses us in seeds. I believe that the thoughts, the seeds are our inheritance. That you're given those ideas for you to take action on. Now, we know that faith without works is dead. Listen to that again. Faith without works is dead. So when you're given that idea that you have to step out on faith, but you have to put in the what? Work. It's not going to be given to you. They're not going to just hand it over to you. If it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. And so what they're doing is they're testing your faith. Somebody said, Dr. King said, faith was taking the first step when you couldn't see the whole staircase. St. Augustine said, faith is believing in what you do not see, and the result of that faith is seeing what you believe. I had an idea. Wait a minute. I could be a surgical assistant. I could assist surgeons. And so I went to my director, and I said, Ms. G, her name was Deanna Gooden. I said, Ms. G, I had an opportunity while I was over in the Gulf War to assist some surgeons, and what I'd like to do now is I'd like to assist the surgeons here at the hospital. And she could say yes, or she could say no. And you know what she said? Yes. No. She said, what's wrong with you? You're a surgical tech. No, that's not the way it works here. And the reason I'm telling you is, trust me, when you go to step out on your vision, when you get that idea, there's going to be people who tell you no. They're not being mean. They don't know any different. It's not their vision. When Noah built the ark in the desert where it hadn't rained, and they said, hey, I'm building this ark, and people said he was what? Crazy. When you go to step out on your dream, people are going to tell you you're crazy. You know why? Because they can't see it. The dream, the vision wasn't given to them. It was given to you. And so I have a question for you right now. What's your dream? What is it that you know is aching in your heart, that's burning in your mind, that you would love to step out and do, that you would love to start, that you would love to try, that you would like to start that after-school program, or work with the elderly, or start that business, or become a hairstylist, or go back to school, or get back into a relationship? What is it for you? Not for me. What is it for you? You're the only one that knows, and you have to answer for you. What I believe is that idea was your inheritance. And so here's what you got to do. You got to step out and try it, even though you don't know how it's going to work. That you just have to get started. So for me, for years, I sit there letting that dream go. I was just spinning my wheels. I had no idea how it would work. And then one day I got the opportunity to go to Wichita, Kansas. And I met two gentlemen, Ron DeGon and James Johnson. James was from Little Rock. Ron was from Seattle, Washington. And listen, we were at the same place at the same time with the same idea. And I said, what's the possibility of us all being here at the same place, same time, all been in the military with the same idea? They say coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. And I said, this can't be a coincidence. This must be divine intervention. And so here's what I would like to do. I would like to try and get this started here, that I believe that we can do it if we work together. And they said, no problem. I said, would you guys follow me if I go in and try and get it going? Can I speak for our group? And they said, Ruben, no problem. You can speak for the group. If you can get it going, we'll do whatever it takes. And so here's what I did. I went into the hospital vice president. His name was Lowell Johnson. And I said, what would it be worth to you if we could keep all of the operating rooms busy? Because at that time, Wichita, Kansas had the most hospitals per capita than any city in the U.S. And what happened is some of the surgeons had built their own hospitals. And so what would happen is the hospital would be waiting for a surgeon to show up while he's over at another place or his own place working. Now, I don't know if you know it or not, but surgery makes the money for the hospitals. And I had done some research, and I found that at that time, they charged between $67 and $90 a minute for OR time. And it's waiting empty. And I said, what would it be worth to you if we can keep the ORs busy? And he said, well, how do we do that? I said, we do it with surgical assistants. Where do we get them from? We're already here. It's me and my colleagues. And he said, well, in order to do that, you would have to have some kind of insurance. I said, you're right, sir. And I reached down in my bag and I pulled out our insurance policies, laid them on the table. I said, we all have $1 million, $3 million policies. Write this down. The highest form of faith is preparation. Listen to that. The highest form of faith is preparation. If you believe you're going to do it, if you believe you're going to go into action, you will put in all the work so that when you get the opportunity to do it, it will work for you. I said, look, we have $1 million, $3 million policies. He said, well, wait a minute. You would have to get the surgeons to agree. I said, no problem. Reached back into the same bag, pulled out a letter that all of these surgeons had signed, that they wanted to get their surgeries going too. They didn't want to have to wait all day. And so here's what he said. He said, we'll let you do it. I said, yes. He said, but we're not going to pay you for it. I said, no, right? You know why? Because I wanted to make some money. But at the time, if you were a hospital employed surgical tech, we probably made, I don't know, $12 to $14 an hour. But he said that they'd let us try it, but he wasn't going to pay us for it. But it's okay. I thought to myself, if he was to pay me for it, he'd probably give me $1 an hour raise or a $2 an hour raise. But what I wanted to do was show our value. If you have a product or service out there right now, you have to show your value. Why is that? Because impact drives income. And here's what I said. I'm willing to take you up on that offer. What we'll do is we'll move our shifts to 3 to 11, and from 7 to 3, we'll assist for free. Listen to what I said, for free every single day. And we shook on it. See, sometimes life is going to cause you to stretch yourself. That if you want to move to the next level, it's going to come down to how bad that you want it. And you're going to give opportunities, but the question is, are you going to be able to take the opportunities? Do you have the mindset that you're willing to put in the work, or do they have to pay you for every single thing you do? This is talking about being an entrepreneur. And so I went back to my friends and I said, good news. They said yes, and they said, you're lying. I said, I'm not lying. They said, you're lying, Ruben. I said, I'm not lying. They're going to let us do it. Now, when I said that, you already know what the next question they wanted to know. Here's what they said, Ruben, how much money? And I said, listen, nothing. They said, what? I said, nothing. I told them we would do it for free. And they said, are you crazy? I said, no, I'm not crazy, but here's the thing, that a career is something you love so much, you do it for free, but you do it so well, they're willing to pay you for it. That they don't know what our value is. That if we want to show them, we have to go in and do it. Write this down. Sometimes free work is the key work. That you're not going to get paid for every single thing you do. That when you're moving to the next level, sometimes you're going to have to show people what your value is. And so we went in every single day showing exactly what we could do. And people laughed at us. They said, wait a minute, you're working for free? I couldn't see myself doing it. That's all right. They didn't have our vision. And it's okay for you, because when you go into work for free, some people are going to laugh at you, but they don't have your vision. You just have to stay focused. What did Robin say? Focus on the desired outcome. We just stayed focused. We would go in every single day, no matter what it took, all day. And then at 3 o'clock, we would go be surgical techs. And then I remember a few weekends we'd get together and they said, Ruben, how long do we keep doing this? And here's what I said, until we manifest the results that we want. And that's what it's going to come down to for you. That you got to keep going back in again and again and again. I'm reminded of the two brothers from Detroit who said, wait a minute, we live in Motor City. There's a lot of grease and dirt and grime, and we want something that can really help with that situation, that could help lubricate some things to get it going. And so they decided that they would come up with something that would actually take away dirt and grime. They said we could cut through the grease and cut through the grime, and people are taking it in their homes. And so they said, we're going to come up with something that would work on that. And so they got together and they said, let's come up with a formula that would take care of that. And they tried it, and guess what? It didn't work. And so they said, well, let's give it 10 tries. And they gave it 10 tries, and guess what? It didn't work. Now they got a decision to make. Do they keep going or do they quit? I say that people don't fail, they quit too soon. They thought the same thing. They kept going. They went to 50 formulas, didn't work. You know what? They went to 100. It didn't work. My question for you is, how many times are you willing to go back to the drawing board for something that you want, for something that you believe in? They went to 200, it didn't work. 300, it didn't work. 400, it didn't work. How many times are you willing to go back to the drawing board again and again and again for something that you want? They went back again. Actually, they went back 9 more times. And guess what? It worked. And that formula that they went back again and again for is now a household name. It's called Formula 409. It was actually the 409th formula. How many times are you willing to go back again and again and again to make your dream come true? I said, we got to keep going back until we manifest the results that we want. And then what happened was Hell Week. I call it Hell Week. It was a Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On Wednesday, it was a car wreck at 2:32. And literally, they said, we're going to need one of you guys to assist. We can't, because at 3 o'clock, we become techs. At Thursday, it was a gunshot. They said, there's a gunshot coming in. We couldn't help, because at 3 o'clock, we become surgical techs. Friday, it was an open heart coming down from the cath lab. Same thing. And that weekend, we said, we blew it. That they needed us, and we weren't available. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back in on Monday, and we're going to go back into the hospital with our heads held high. And you know why? Because at least we tried. That sometimes, even when you go after it, that you don't manifest the results that you want, but at least you try. You die knowing. Sometimes we hear about one-hit wonders. And these are people that had one musical song, or maybe it's a one-hit wonder because they had one product, or they had one business, or they had one try that actually works, and then you never hear from them again. What do you think about that? Well, here's what I decided, that I'd rather die a one-hit wonder than to wonder if I could ever have a hit. I'm more proud of the fact that we tried than whether we succeeded or not. So here's what we're going to do. On Monday, we're going to go in with our heads held high. On Monday, we went in, and you know what they said? Mr. Johnson wants to see you guys. We said, I know. And so we went into his office, James and I, and we sat down, and he said, hey, you know what? They needed you guys, and you weren't available. And we said, we know. And he said, they were very frustrated, and we said, we know. And he said, but here's what they said. We had several surgeons sign a petition saying that if we gave you guys a contract, they would bring all their surgical cases to our hospital. Now, by now, I'm kicking James under the table. I'm kicking him because I'm excited. And then he said this, we're prepared to offer you guys $100,000 each. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I was blown away. I'm tearing James's ankle up. But here's what I said. I said, let us go out in the hallway and talk about it. And so we walked out in the hallway, and I was cool when I walked out. I had a different walk when they just said that I can have $100,000. I walked out there, and I said, James, just wait for it. We pushed the door closed. It had one of those slow closing doors. And I said, wait for it. Wait for it. And we said, yes! Because we were excited. We had did it. Now, I understand. I get it. This was back in 2001. It's 2017. I know $100,000 doesn't seem like a lot of money now, but back then, to me, coming from $14 an hour, $100,000 was a lot of money back then. And so here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's nothing that I'm doing that you can't do. I know this about you, even though I don't know you, that we're two peas from the same pod. We're cut from the same cloth. We're branches from the same tree. That the reason you're listening to me right now and the reason you're responding to my voice is there's something in me that's connecting with something in you. You only get one life to live. That you have to live your best life. Now, my son, Robinson, he's 5. And he has a page right now. You can go look it up. It's called Mr. Robinson. Just go look that page up. But my son is 5, and his favorite movie right now is The Lion King. And he watches The Lion King more times than you could possibly imagine. And I don't know what it is about kids that watch the same movie over and over and over and over again, but they watch the same movie and they get the value from the same movie. And so I have to sit down and watch The Lion King with him over and over and over again. And he'll say, Dad, let's watch a movie. And I'll try and run and get a movie. And I'll tell him about a new movie. He doesn't want to see it. He watches the same movie. And so when I sat down and watched it with him before, I thought, I'm going to look at it with new eyes. And I looked at the story, and I got something completely different out of the story. Now, you've probably seen the story. In the story of The Lion King, Mufasa, who is the king of the pride, has a son named Simba. And Simba is going to take over the pride. And check this out. Simba has a song. And does anybody know his song? His song is, I just can't wait to be king. Right? Because he's taking over for his father. I just can't wait to be king. I bet my son Robinson says the same thing about me. He's ready to move me out of the way. But Simba is saying, I just can't wait to be king. And so here's what happens. He has a destiny. You have a destiny. There's something calling you. Robin said that life was calling her name, but now it's calling your name. You have a destiny. You just can't wait to be king. You just can't wait to be queen. But guess what? Life happens. Simba has a family member. His name is Scar. And Scar is his uncle. And Scar wants to be king. See, that's where the problem comes in, because there's people who want to be what you're supposed to be. There's people who's fighting to be what you're supposed to be. But really, it's your destiny. There's people who are coming up with ideas that were given to you. And the reason that they're coming up with them and developing them is because when they were given to you, you didn't act on it. You thought of it, you didn't act on it. And so Simba's sitting there, and he's challenged by Scar. Scar fought Simba. Scar fought Mufasa, and guess what? He killed him. And then he lied to Simba and told him, it's your fault. It's your fault your father's dead. Now watch this. This is powerful. Write this down. A lie told in the moment of weakness can sound like the truth. Listen to that. A lie told at a moment of weakness can sound like the truth. Simba was at a moment of weakness, and Scar told him a lie, and he believed it. And there's some of us right now who have believed some of the things that we've been told. And so for that reason, we put our dreams on the back burner. And so let me tell you what Simba did. He said, you know what, forget this. That I'm going to get out of here. I've let my pride down. I've let my family down. That I've got to get away. I'm embarrassed. And so he left. And he got 2 new friends. He got 2 new friends. The 2 new friends were a meerkat and a warthog. Now listen to that. Here's a lion, the king of the jungle, and his 2 new friends are, watch this, a meerkat and a warthog. And what happened is he even changed his tune. His song used to be, I just can't wait to be king. Now he has a whole new song. Hakuna Matata. No worries. He said it's a problem-free philosophy. In other words, whatever happens is whatever happens. And some of us are accepting that for our life. Whatever happened is whatever happened. I'm just going with the flow. I'm just here. I'm just existing. I'm not fighting for what I want anymore. I'm just going with the flow. Some of us are doing that right now with our dream. He changed the company that he was around. Listen to this. A German proverb. It said, when a dove associates with crows, its feathers remain white. It's its heart that turns black. See, the damage is done in the inside. See, when he started hanging with the wrong people, it didn't change him being a lion. It changed the way he thought. From I just can't wait to be king to no worries, problems-free philosophy. I'm just going to go with the flow. But then here's what happened. He met a monkey, a wise baboon. I told you I've seen this a bunch of times. My kid watches it all the time. It was Rafiki, and Rafiki hit him in the head. And he said, wait a minute, your father is alive. And he said, wait, my father? He said, yes, your father is alive. My father, yes. And he took him to this well until he could look in the water. And he said, look down there. And when he looked down there, he saw the image of his father. But guess what? He was seeing it in himself. And the reason I'm telling you is that your parents and your grandparents and your foreparents put something in you that nothing can take out of you. That every person you see that's come before you, they're in you. They say that when they look at the genetics, we're 98.2% the same. So every king, every leader, every ruler, every champion, what's in them, guess what, is in you. He said, your father is alive. But really, he's alive in you. And that you've got to go back to Pride Rock. And the reason I'm telling you is that you have to live your best life. Whatever that goal is, whatever that dream is, you've got to go back and pick it up again. You can't just leave it down there. You know why? Because somebody sacrificed for you. Mufasa had built this whole pride, working and developing and cultivating this pride, and he was turning it over to him. He wanted him to have something better than he had. And guess what? The people who came before you, they wanted you to have something better than what they had. And so they're giving you the opportunity. He went back. Now watch this. He went back to Pride Rock. And it looked completely different. That at first it was rich, real, and refreshing. But now when he came back, it was desolate. People were desperate. That it was barren. That it looked dry. And guess what? The hyenas were running around. And let me tell you what happened. Listen to this. This is important. Listen to this. Follow this. He met Scar. Scar was his uncle. Scar was now in charge of the pride. Here, let me do it again. He came back and he walked up and he met Scar. No, you don't get it. Scar was his uncle. No, Scar was now in charge of the pride. No. You missed it. Hold on. Let me see if I do it like this. Scar was now the king. Scar was now the ruler. Scar was now in charge. I told you, the greatest tragedy in life was to run into the person that you were supposed to become. He ran into Scar. That was supposed to be him. This is my message for you. You could either run into that person that's somebody else, or you can run into that person in the mirror. The decision is yours. What you do on a daily basis is going to make a decision of where you run into that person at. I decided that I was going to be a surgical assistant, and it didn't matter how much work I had to put in or what I had to go through. I was willing to do it. The last time I seen that surgical assistant, it was in the mirror. Where are you going to see the new version of you at? I hope it's in the mirror. Listen, we all have one life to live. That we're not going to get a second chance at this life. That we have to fight for the things that we want. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be given to you. And guess what? Some people are going to talk bad about you. Some people are going to laugh at you. Some people are going to deny you. It's okay. They don't know any different. They're just doing what they know. But what it's going to come down to is what you're willing to do. What you're willing to go after. That you only get one shot at life. And so my question for you is, when you think about the next version of you, the dream that you have for yourself that only you know about, that you haven't even told anybody else about, are you going to go after it? Or are you going to give it up? Are you going to fight for it? Or are you going to set it free? It's not going to come down to what I say or what I do. It's going to come down to what you're willing to do. And earlier I said, what do you have to do to go after that dream? You have to give first. But watch this. The first thing you have to give is yourself permission. Give yourself permission to go after that dream. Listen to this. Live your best life. And do it now. You know why? Because you only get one. Listen, I'm Ruben West. Let me tell you how to get in touch with me. You can go to my Facebook page. It's Ruben, R-U-B-E-N, last name West, W-E-S-T, and you can send me a private message. You can go to my Facebook fan page as Ruben West Speaks, R-U-B-E-N, W-E-S-T, S-P-E-A-K-S, Ruben West Speaks. Now, I'd love to hear what you think. I'd love to hear what you think of the speakers. And here's the thing. The reason I put on this event is I like to practice what I preach. I like to give first. You heard all of these amazing speakers who flew into town and delivered messages of hope and inspiration and transformation to you. And you know what? They did it on their own dime. And what was the cost? Nothing. So here's what we want you to do. What you would have paid us, invest it in yourself. Invest it in taking your life to the next level. Because I guarantee you, it would have cost you a lot to bring in several of these speakers and have this type of information or this type of event. But we wanted to give first. And so what we want you to do is give yourself permission to be successful, to go after that new you. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring up each one of the speakers that are still here, that are willing to come back up. You guys come back up as we get ready to close out this event. And I want you to make sure you put your takeaways in the feed. Make sure you share the video. Come on up. Yep, just come right on up. Yes. And so you've seen us this morning. Most of us have been here, all of us have been here all day. Come on up, because this is great. You guys come right up here. Yeah, so we do this because we literally care, and we're going to get in for this picture. We're going, yes, come on in there. We're going to take this picture live, and we're snapping some pictures, snapping some photos. But here's what I want you to know. Is that I really appreciate these people who decided to come live. They're from across the country. Matter of fact, I'm just going to pass the microphone around. Just say your name real quick. If you didn't hear us all, that's no problem. It will be up in the feed. But again, tell them who you are and where you're from so they can get a chance to see how diverse this audience is.
I'm Roland Manny from Dublin, Ohio.
Monique Royal Tucker from St. Louis, Missouri.
Felicia Shaw from Bloomington, Illinois, by way of Detroit, Michigan.
Robin Sherrill, Flint, Michigan.
Dr. Jay Salimat from Peoria, Illinois.
Jeff Markinette, Pickle, Ohio.
Kathy Barton Brown, Flint, Michigan.
Dr. Adria E. Luster from Atlanta, Georgia, born and raised, though, in Topeka, Kansas.
Patrick Artis from right here, actually right down the street in Northern Virginia.
All right. So he didn't travel far, but everybody else, we traveled to get to you, to share these messages of hope. And here's what we know. We're going to be doing it again and again. Are you guys willing to do it again? Yeah. And so here's another thing I'm going to tell you. We're live virtual now, but you will have a chance to hear us live because we'll do events all across the country. A lot of the people that you see up here do their own events, and so you'll have a chance to participate. But I want to share one thing with you. If you're interested in sharing your voice, if you're interested in speaking, I believe that we all have a signature speaking style, that we all have a way that we communicate that's different from anyone else. And so what I like to do is figure out, if you're going to speak, what is your signature speaking style? What would it be if you've never done it before? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an opportunity to take the signature speaking style assessment. And so here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to give you a number, so get ready to write this number down. And then if you're in the feed, put this number in the feed. And I'm going to make sure I give you the right number. But you're going to text the word style, S-T-Y-L-E. Somebody put that in the feed. You're going to text the word style, and here's the number, 785-222-4007. Now here it is again, 785-222-4007. One more time, 785-222-4007. Now what do we want to find out? Well, I believe that when you listen to these speakers, we all have our own style. We don't try and be like each other or sound like each other, and that's okay because someone is only going to respond to you. But I believe that there's 5 signature speaking styles. Number 1, the scientist. Number 2, the motivator. Number 3, the drill sergeant. Number 4, the heart-centered. And number 5, the comedian. And this assessment is going to allow you to figure out which one of those you are. So that if you're thinking about sharing your message or you're thinking about sharing your story and it seems difficult or hard, that's because you're probably trying to be like someone that you're not. And here's the problem with that. We've all seen speakers on the stage, and when you meet them off the stage, you're like, who's that person? Like, that was completely different than what I thought. Write this down. You cannot consistently be who you are not. That sooner or later they're going to find it out. And so what I like to do is start off with exactly who you are and then build on that. So if you want to take the signature speaking style assessment, text the word style, S-T-Y-L-E, to 785-222-4007. And you're going to get some prompts, but we're going to let you take that assessment, and then either myself or a member of my team is going to get back to you and review your results. But here's how I want to close it out. I want you to just give them one takeaway. One powerful takeaway, your name and the takeaway, and then I want you to put it in the feed. Your name and the takeaway, right? So you can go back and search it, whatever it is, and then one by one, they're going to give it to you. They're going to walk off, and then I'm going to have the final closeout thoughts. So who would like to go first? Robin says she'll go first. So hashtag Robin.
Hashtag Robin Sherrill.
Robin Sherrill.
ROBINSHYRELLE.
Okay, so hashtag Robin Sherrill. And your final takeaway?
And my final takeaway goes back from my presentation is to guard your gates. Your heart and your mind is more important than anything that could be kept in a vault in the bank. You are worth it, so make sure you guard your gates and only allow access to the most important things that are going to help push you to the next level in life.
I love it. Robin Sherrill, hashtag guard your gates. All right, who's next? Dr. Adria Luster.
Hello, once again. My name is Dr. Adria E. Luster. You can visit my website, www.adrialuster.com. That is ADRIALUSTER.com. And my takeaway is, once again, determine whether or not you want to go through life being a contender or a champion. You know, Mike Tyson beat a lot of people, but he didn't beat Buster Douglas.
No, he didn't.
And Buster Douglas does have a Wikipedia page. It's a lot shorter than Mike Tyson's, but the point is, at one point, he was a champion, and that's why we remember him. Thank you.
Yes. So hashtag Dr. Adria E. Luster. Hashtag Dr. Adria E. Luster. Decide, contender or champion. Put that in the feed. Hashtag Dr. Adria E. Luster. Then put decide, contender or the champion. Who's next?
Right here. Hashtag Monique Tucker. My takeaway is reach beyond your limits. Life is going to give you what it's going to give you, but it's up to you to decide how you can turn a negative situation into something that is a calling and a purpose that will inspire each and every one of us to take action and others in the world to live their best life. Thank you and good night.
And it was Monique Tucker, hashtag Monique Tucker, reach beyond your limits. Hashtag Monique Tucker, reach beyond your limits. So share that in the feed. Who's next?
Yes.
Hi, this is hashtag Jeff. That's all you have to put, hashtag Jeff, because I'm that important and that cool that I have my own hashtag.
And your takeaway.
But my one takeaway is something completely different that I've been thinking about all day, listening to everybody out here. Guys, you get one chance at this life. Why not aim for the moon? Because at least if you miss, you'll end up among the stars. Now, I can't drop this mic, can I?
No, I'm going to take this mic. So here's what I want you to put is hashtag Jeff, shoot for the moon. So put that in the feed. Hashtag Jeff, shoot for the moon. We'll be able to go back and find that. Who's next?
Hashtag Kathy Barton Brown, Kathy Barton Brown like the color. And my takeaway is be inspired, then you'll be empowered, and you will make a difference. You can reverse the curse of dysfunctional relationships, just like Carol, my mother.
I love it. So we're going to put hashtag Kathy Barton Brown, be inspired. Put that in the feed right now. Hashtag Kathy Barton Brown, Barton, Brown like the color. And what we want you to put is be inspired. Thank you, Kathy. Who's next?
After hearing everybody having a hashtag, it looks like I need to open a hashtag account. So one message all of us I want to send you, but my message is what my spiritual guru always told. I mentioned in my speech. All of us have 3 powers. Remember. Power of decision, power of concentration, power of unselfishness. If you can get one of them right, you'll go far. Thank you.
Tell hashtag Dr. What do you want him to put? Hashtag Dr. J, J-A-Y. Hashtag Dr. J, J-A-Y. And what he said is all of us have 3 powers. And what are those 3 powers again?
One is power of concentration, power of decision making, power of unselfishness.
I love it. There you go. Dr. J, power of decision, concentration, and unselfishness. Put that in the feed. Was that correct?
That's right.
All right, great. Put that in the feed. He said he's opening up a hashtag account. All right, who's next? Who's next?
Hashtag Roland, ROLAND, MANNY. My biggest takeaway, I mean, there's so many of them today, but invest in yourself. You know, we live in a society where smartphones are getting smarter and we're getting dumber. Invest in yourself, invest in your health, invest in your family, invest in your friends, invest in your dreams, and the successes will follow. So invest in yourself.
There you go. Hashtag Roland Manny. His takeaway, invest in yourself. Put that in the feed. Hashtag Roland Manny, invest in yourself.
This is Dr. Felicia Shaw, hashtag balance expert. And my takeaway is take a sip of life. That means put yourself back into your own story by taking 17 minutes a day for yourself because you are worth it.
Okay, I love it. Hashtag balance expert. And what we want you to put in the feed, take a sip of life. Yes, she said 17 minutes a day because you're worth it. All right, here we go. Patrick Artis.
Hashtag Patrick Artis, PATRICKARTIS. And one of the takeaways that I got today, I'm like my other colleague, there were so many, was simply this. We all have dreams, we all have things that we want to aspire to do. We always talk about them. But the main thing that we always do is just talk about them. So my takeaway for you today is just take action. Because I simply believe that the universe rewards those differently who takes action than the ones who don't. And many of us are all taught and not about action. Faith without works is dead. So just make sure that the tongue in your mouth and the tongue in your shoe are going in the right direction, in the same direction.
Oh, yeah, I like that. I like. So he said hashtag take action, or hashtag Patrick Artis, and his message is take action. Now I'm going to give two hashtags. One from my mentor, Les Brown. Put this in the feed. Hashtag OQP, only quality people. Put hashtag Les Brown, OQP, only quality people. One more time, hashtag Les Brown, OQP, only quality people. And then here's the message that I'm going to leave you with. First of all, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing the messages. Thank you for posting in the feed. Thank you for being here. But here's my name, hashtag Ruben, RUBEN, West, WEST. In life, you don't get what you want. You get what you work for. That's my message for you. In life, you don't get what you want, you get what you work for. Your job, live your best life and do it now. Why? Because you only get one. LYBL 17, we're out. Thank you.
I got to invest in a hashtag too.